And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night stream. This is the beginning of the 3-day streams that we do. You could be watching from anywhere around the country, in the world for this episode. I appreciate all of you. We are going to be talking about a variety of different topics. Also, some interesting stuff with the trials. Shout out to all of you, and I'm about to get the chat in a second. Alright. And way down here. Okay. Alright, so hello everyone, and hello Alan, good to see you. I'm glad that you're able to make it to another stream. Also asking me about what's up. Yeah, so what's up is basically, as you know, I saw you today. We were at the trial today with, I believe I saw you over at the suitcase trial. And yeah, it reminds me a lot of the Johnny Depp trial, that one, because basically you have a situation where you have people, she was saying he was doing stuff, which in this specific case, he does seem like he had issues, but she certainly was like recording him and doing what Amber Heard did. And yeah, Sarah Bone, yes, thank you, Alan. And basically, that one, it was very intense today, and there's a lot of evidence and footage shown of things with the police body cam footage and different testimonies, and it's been very, very good seeing those different cases. And also, the Menendez brothers. That's another interesting one that I remember you brought up, Alan, and I saw the notifications on different live streams, different news outlets were covering the Menendez trial, and basically with that one, the two brothers would be given a deal where they would be put on parole for the murder charge. So they would be, rather than a life sentence, they would be given parole, and because they did the murder under the age of 26, and the motions will be filed tomorrow by the DA. So that was really something very historical to see, and I was not even born yet when that trial took place. And back then, in my opinion, abuse against men and abuse in general may have not have been talked about as much as they are talked about now, and I'm glad that these kind of situations are taken more seriously now. And what I do in the beginning is I play a game and talk to you about the different topics I talk about, and then I go into some of the articles and stuff as we go along. So I will do that now, as I always do. I play my game and talk to you all about the topics. Alright, yeah. So, and I was watching both of them live, along with the other trials that were on, and it was something very interesting to see. And now the game is launching. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Game is launching. The pirate game. And Alan, I hope that you're having a good day, and it was nice seeing you in chat earlier. And also, everybody else as well that was there. It was nice seeing them too. There's a lot of people there at the different ones. Alright, game's here, and we'll be getting into everything. Here we go. Alan, I agree. And I was not alive during the time period that the trial took place, but I did my research with YouTube and reading about it, and I saw the tests. I saw the trial, like the reruns of the trial, and yeah, I could certainly tell, in my opinion, that the abuse took place, and I totally agree with you. They need to be let loose because they certainly were abused. The abuse took place rather, and also I think siblings are very close usually, and having somebody a sibling being hurt, that's very horrible to witness that. Also, there is another person that was claiming to be abused by the father as well. There's another person that claimed that too. Also, relatives were aware of it, and yeah, because I was see, Alan, I was watching and like talking to people from that time period, and one of my friends and talking about what they saw at the time, and basically from what I read, the they were trying to say that they just wanted the money and that's why they did it. But if you go and delete your parents, there's a less likely chance you'll get any money. You would just be put in prison. So I think that's not, that wouldn't work out. And there obviously the evidence and the way they were talking about it and all seems that there certainly was abuse in my opinion. And I'm glad, as I said, in this modern time, I'm glad that it's being taken more seriously. Like, say, in another scenario with the Johnny Depp situation or the Sarah Bone situation, where abuse against men specifically is taken more seriously. And because back in the past, as I said, I was not there at the time because I was not born. But still, from reading about it, yeah, it wasn't like it is now. So, yeah, definitely. And it's good to see in this day and age that it's being looked into, and they can look into other cases as well. And also, one of the other trials I was looking into was the situation where the toddler that was deleted and was put in the dumpster, allegedly by her mother, and she certainly sounds like a spiteful, horrid Karen. Horrid Karen. And the interrogation and the whining and the crying and the lack of remorse, that certainly to me, she seems guilty. And that in that one, the chat was telling me, that there are mothers in the chat, and they're saying that she does not have the honorable name of a mother. She's a monster. That's what she is. And yeah, so I think that this regarding the Menendez brothers, I believe that will start a new movement in general and help towards the movement of cases like that. And back in the past in general, with a lot of different groups and things in the past, it wasn't always easy for a lot of different groups, but now things are better. So that is good to see in this time period, that things are going in a different direction. And as I said, there's some people that were deceived by the media back then that thought that the brothers wanted the money. But as I said, that just, if you look at, because a lot of times I'll see in history, they'll talk about something, and then you actually look at what they were seeing, and the media did a good job at tricking them into things. Because when you see them on the stand talking about, what happened in these different, because I was watching the testimonies and stuff, and it's like, this is some really powerful stuff. It wasn't just people making up things. And Alan said some other things in the chat that I'll look at. Alan said the guy from Menudo, the boy band, was abused by their father. Yes, thank you. And I did a video about that earlier, and yes, that was the person in question. Thank you, Alan. And Alan said I stopped watching all other cases when, I'm probably saying the word wrong, but Boone came on. It's all okay, Alan. Understood, Alan. I sure will. And yeah, so basically, yeah, when all other trials are on, if you stop watching it when Boone or Bone, I'm calling it Bone, but it's probably Boone. It's probably correct pronunciation. But so, yeah, basically, I understand. And yeah, so the first day, Alan, that came on, not the maybe not the first day, but one of the days. No, one of the days it was on last week. I figured it out. I figured out it was on like a few minutes right before everybody was about to leave. And I'm like, well, darn, I missed it all. But I was all in the other chat rooms because basically I have been put in the role of which I made friends in a lot of different chat rooms in the live streams, as you know, Alan, and you're very popular there too. And I go to all of them, and I talk to the chat, and I watch the different live streams, similar to what Addie did when she was a mod. She would, she was a director, and she was at the different streams, and then I kind of became used to doing that. It's called trial hopping. So, and I keep up with the YSL group. I keep up with a bunch of them, and I feel schizophrenic because I'm listening to like 3 or 4 trials at once, and I feel schizophrenic, and I just go through each thing and like listen to all of them at the same time. It is very, I feel very crazy, and I just sit there the whole day and just listen to it. But as I said, it's all about experience. It's, life has a lot of experiences to it, and I enjoy doing it and talking to y'all. It's very cool. And I've developed the ability to be in all the different chat rooms. But of course, it's the best to focus on one trial at a time and give it all your undivided attention. I think that is the most important thing. Also, but as I said, what I did, it was quite wild that I did over time. And one of the trials, Alan, which was the one with a toddler, they're going to be on jury. The jury's deliberating, and they don't put a timer anymore. And I thought it was really because they're not kind of like how they used to be, and everybody was like joked out about it. And when I uploaded the video about the what's it called? Oh yeah, when I uploaded the video about the Menendez brothers, shout out to over at Long Crime, they uploaded the video a little bit like 20 minutes after I did it, and they used the same thumbnail and the similar I like breaking such and such. So they must watch my channel. Shout out to them. I was like, wow, it was great minds think alike. And it's good that people are covering that topic because it's important for people to know the news. A lot of people use YouTube because the media has a lot of cringe to it, and in this new age, people are looking at social media, and that's very important. I mean, and also YouTube and stuff, and people get news from here, so it's good that people could see that. Another thing I like is that trials are live streamed for the whole country to see. That is very important for people to do because we got to know what's going on. And YSL is a perfect example about why the country, it has a lot of political things in it, especially when Glanville was there, because it seemed like they were going against, in my opinion, the values of American values, and it kind of operating it like a dictatorship. And then they got rid of him, and then Paige is there. I'm probably saying her name wrong. The judge, and then what happens is like they keep on filing motions for a mistrial, but it never happens. I would prefer, because a mistrial, he would be tried all over again. And with the evidence, in my opinion, being goofy and that it's not really working, I would say that the best thing, if they could do it, is drop the charges and he could be, let off the hook. Because I just don't see, in my opinion, a significant amount of evidence or proof that Jeffrey Williams and them did those crimes. But as I said, maybe they're very good at hiding it. But the state's got to stop being stupid and come up with some evidence and proof they did something. You show a picture of people hanging out. They keep doing that. But that doesn't mean anything. And also Alan says that, oh yeah, but I read that already. And yeah, so basically I think that it's important for people to keep up with the trials. And at some points with Sarah Boone, there's moments where it may seem that oh, she was being, he was being abusive. But then you look at stuff she was doing, but she was being abusive. Like Amber Heard, filming him. He's kind of drunk and acting very spiteful. And then at the same time, he went and smashed the TV, had her film it. But then again, he probably incited her to do that. I'm not saying he's any better. I mean, he's bad too. But it really is with the Sarah Boone. It's a really, she's very spiteful herself. Alan says, I only watch one trial at a time. I can't watch multiple trials. Understood. It's very, very tedious. Very tedious. It's not something I really recommend doing. And Alan says, there are so many cool people in LC chats. Not going to name any of them, but you know who they are. Yes, yeah. Shout out to the LC fam. You know, like with basically, which I contribute, which something I did was I would tag people before I would leave. And then I started this trend on all these different YouTube channel chats where everybody tags all their friends. And yeah, it's the tedious thing. And that is the most tedious thing in the world, in my opinion, to do watching a chat is tagging everybody. And I don't get everybody. Like if there is some sort of a thing where I could do that, I would, but that's very difficult, especially if you're on mobile. It's like nearly impossible. So I paused the video. With the computer, as you know, Alan, it just puts it up automatically. But with a mobile, it doesn't. You have to manually type it out. Yeah, it's hard to tag everyone. And then you just go and tag everybody out. And, you just go each group. And I tell all the Law and Crime fam goodbye. And there's a lot of people I don't even know. I remember another thing with YSL, there's a point where I may have been focusing on one trial more, and I may have not have been at the YSL one as frequently, and they're asking about me. If I've, been there, and I'm like, oh, I'm there. And then had to go in overdrive and be a little bit more frequent. Because that's, what I do. I'm in the chats talking to everybody. And like back when Addy was a mod, I remember sometime, like when I came there, sometimes I would tell her if something went wrong in one of the chat rooms, like if the stream went down or something, because I think she had something to, she had something to do with the streams, and because she was one of the people on the channel, that was a director of the channel. Ooh, that was smooth what I did. That was smooth. I was going through this. They're firing cannons at me. Then I went through the middle and ran into them and sunk it. All right. So, and then I would kind of tell her what was going on if something went wrong, and I would tell the mods if there was a troll. And then I started doing trial hopping. I remember one of the first times I did it. Yeah, I'm one of the cool kids. Yeah. Because Alan says, if you don't show up for a while, people ask where you are. You're one of the cool kids. Yeah, facts. Yeah. And also, basically, I remember when I was... there is Deanna, and she's subscribed to me, but she doesn't go to Law and Crime anymore because of the trolls and stuff. And when she was still there, it was very dark. It was a storm coming in, and I love it. It gets really, really dark. It's like nighttime, like this. That's what it looks like. And I was eating some of the hot chips. I like the hot Cheetos, and it was like a snack. And it was the time where it was Shannon, the attorney, and it was the Crumbly's mother. And I was going to one of the other trials, and her and I were in different trials, and I'm like, okay, I'm at two at one time. Then I just kept on doing it, and the mods, they call us the trial hoppers, and when they used to be there, and then, especially after the mods were taken out, and I'm like one of the cool kids, and we were very close to the mods, and so we were with them a lot because there's like the mods, like, and then there was us that were friends with the mods. Oh, and the bounty hunters after me, and I didn't realize that. And so basically, what happened was we were close to them, and then we were like a group that was close with them. And then the mods, like, they didn't want to go there anymore because they took away the mods, and they didn't want to be there, understandably. I went and just continued to like be in the different chat rooms like I was before, as I was connected to that. And although I was never a mod myself, eventually though I wanted to be one at some point, but that was all over with. But basically, yeah. So then I just kept on going to different chat rooms, and I'll tell people what's going on in the different trials and stuff, like what Addy used to do. And then and everybody like knows me in different places. It's really cool. There's people that I don't even know that'll talk to me, and it's all good. It's like if you watch TV or something, or a movie. There's an actor or something in it, and they see the person and tell them hello. That's just it's the same thing. It's an internet celebrity, as they say. And yeah, so I like the community. It's all, in spite of the trolls that come in spite of the things that are not right with it. I am. It's nice being there and being cool. Chilling with everybody. Yeah, and I think with Sarah Boone, she is totally in the wrong. She could have, like chat was saying, she could have just left him, or if she was in a moment of being abused, she could have just called the police or something at that time period. But just like with the other trial with the ballerina, she just simply went and lured him somewhere and deleted him. You're not really supposed to do that. There you could sue somebody, you could do a couple of things, but that you're not really supposed to do that. But if you're in the moment, something's going on, that's different. But the other thing is not quite right. You think they got out of hand? All right. And so basically, I think, in my opinion, that I wasn't, I didn't really see that. I'm not saying it's not true, but I didn't. Maybe I wasn't paying attention to it or something. But basically, I thought they did a good job of getting rid of the trolls and stuff in there. And if yeah, so but you say that at the end you felt that they may have been getting out of hand. Understood. Yeah, and as I said, I didn't notice that, but you know I may have not been paying attention to it. And yeah, and shout out to Addie, she was cool people. Yeah, everybody liked her. I remember. And Alan said he was happy when they fired the mods. Okay. And also, did they do anything to you? Or did you see them do something to, like, other users? I would like to know your reasons. Yeah, okay. You liked Addie. Okay. I'm glad that you liked her. Yeah, because I can't think of anything bad about her. But yeah, the other ones, yeah, I could give it some thought and kind of like look back and like refresh my memory, which I'll do that. I'll think about it. But yeah, so the other ones got out of hand. Okay, thank you, Alan. Maybe with you go through one extreme to another. Maybe they could have gotten less mods, but completely taking them out, I think, was also bad. It's like one extreme to another. over in this island, getting the crabs. Yeah, and sometimes Linda comes in there. She was one of the mods. And as I said, because my opinion, when they took away the mods, which I'm not saying they were perfect, that maybe they did stuff, but you have all those like people in there that start like aggravating everybody, and a lot of people left because of it. Yes, Alan, please give examples. Thank you. Yeah, because remember, like they had a social experiment where they would go. You give like the prison guards and the prisoners in a college, and the prison guards got power hungry. But as I said, I liked them when they would get rid of the trolls and stuff. But of course, at the same time, you know, it's best to have balance. All right. Yeah, but although Sarah Boone's boyfriend was not, in my opinion, the best person, she's not good either. Alan Toll says, okay, for example, they had a no gun rule. If you said the word gun, you were blocked from the chat. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I remember people were talking about guns or debating about guns, and it would cause fighting in the chat. And I remember there was an incident where they didn't want, like, the people were fighting over gun rights, for instance. And maybe they didn't. I think that's, an extreme, Alan, especially when we're talking about a certain topic. But I think basically what happened was they wanted people to not fight over politics, but there's nothing wrong with talking about politics. Like, I talk about politics and stuff sometimes, but I think they didn't want people to start fighting each other over the gun stuff. But I agree with you, Alan, that's an extreme. I agree that's an extreme. Maybe they thought that people would fight over the gun rights and they didn't want that to happen. But the word gun itself, sometimes some users don't want to use the word gun because it may hurt monetization or something. Like, sometimes they'll say like pew pew, which I don't even know that's true. Okay, I think it's a myth because I think you could say the word gun on YouTube, but some people insist that you would say pew pew instead. And also, like, deleted. Like, I say it, they want me to say it, I'll say it, but rather than saying death or dead, deleted because of monetization, which I don't, I say what I say, but some people think that certain words will trigger something. But yeah, I do think that's probably, it could be an extreme. But, there could be other reasons behind that. Let's see. And Alan said, if you said anything that the mods didn't agree with, whether if it was not political, if it might become political, they block you. They blocked you. Okay, Alan. Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, and I think that, people can have opinions and stuff, and it's best for people to not let things go to their head. I do agree with you on that, if that was happening. And, it's kind of like if you have a state where you have a bunch of, kind of like a power vacuum, and then something, if people come in and take over, and it kind of like makes it into a dictatorship and stuff like that. But I know with the mods, they didn't really want people to fight each other, because there's a lot of people there with different politics and different religions and beliefs and stuff. Because and then they could be turned into a political chat or some other kind of chat that has to do with, and they'll start fighting and not being united. But I agree, though, that that wouldn't be good for people to let it go to their head and start making up things for people if someone didn't like what somebody said. Alan said they blocked you if it might cause controversy, and he says he was happy when the mods got booted. Okay, Alan, it's understood. I remember they didn't like people writing in all caps. Also, but as I said, for some reason, nothing happened to me. I don't know. I got the alien charm or something. And the thing about the mods that I liked, Alan, was they got rid of, like, there's these. I know sticks and stones may hurt your bones, but words would never hurt you. I understand that, okay? And I think basically there's some people in the chat who would cause, there's trolls that go in there and bully people there, and the mods did stop that from happening. So that's why I like them, and they kept it like, get rid of the trolls, and there was and there was like unity with the group. Also, I liked how, as I said, there's so many like trolls and stuff, and people don't want to go there anymore. People don't want to go to the chat anymore because of the trolls and stuff. So I think it would be good if there's something in the middle, Alan, because I understand what you're saying. If there could be, it'd be more fair if they, would not just block people they didn't like or what somebody says. If they would just go and get rid of trolls and stuff, and it was a little bit more dialed back. Because, I think having no mods is bad, but if they were going too far with it, like what you're saying, that's also not good too. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Alan. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Hello, Beans and Matt. Good to see you all. We're talking about trials. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. And, yeah, so basically, so anyway, basically, as I was saying, with the trials, so the Menendez brothers are being put on trial. Well, they're not being put on trial, but they're going to be given a different sentence with murder. Since they're under 26, they would automatically get parole, and they would be freed. And because of the abuse that happened. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, shout out to you. Thanks for having my back. And also, you too. Yeah, so basically with the Menendez brothers, there's now in this time period, Bina and Matt, people, abuse and stuff is taken more seriously, especially with men. And they reviewed the situation that occurred. And in my opinion, Bina, do I think they should be freed? Yes, I think they should be freed. I believe that they were the abuse happened because I watched reruns of the trial, and I watched different parts of it, and basically I think that the abuse took place. And although there could be, I'm not saying that if a kid's being abused, I'm not saying that what is a child that's being bullied and bullied going to do. But the best things to do is the most legal avenue you can take. It's where you don't go and delete people. But of course, in situations with abusing children, especially, that's not good. And yeah, as I said, I think that they should be freed. I don't think that, in my opinion, but I'm open. People want to disagree. That's fine. I'm open up to different opinions about it. But I think that they should be freed. And abuse back then was not taken seriously like it is now, especially with boys. And the relatives were saying, talking about that they also believed in the abuse, and it's recorded that he talked about the abuse back then to his cousin Andy, and the other, what Alan mentioned before, the other guy in the band was abused by the father, sort of like what Diddy, what Diddy did. And in Hollywood in general, there's a lot of creeps that do stuff like that, and it's unacceptable to do that, especially to children. And say like with the Johnny Depp trial, which has to do with something different, believe all women, but there's a situation where Johnny Depp was not doing that. And then there's the Sarah Boone trial where her boyfriend wasn't good at all, but she was a vile, evil Karen herself. And sometimes women can do something wrong, so usually men are not believed a lot. But now in the modern times, things are changing. But back then especially, it wouldn't be something that would be considered. And the DA tomorrow is going to file the motions for them to get murder. And after they get murder, they'll be given parole. And they would have already been released already if they were given the other charges. So it's good as time changes and things, go along. And they're going to be looking into some other cases too, as well. Amber Turd. Yeah, thanks, Beans. Thanks. Yeah, and also basically, and I saw I saw the shorts. Also, I saw shorts of the trial, and I'm like, that people believe that these two, were just trying to get the money. These people, abuse happened. It's like if you go and delete the family to get money out of them. If you go and delete people, there's a more of a higher chance that you would go in prison and not have anything. So no, it's and people don't just do that if you're in a loving, good home. In my opinion, sometimes there's psycho people, but basically, the abuse was there. And like for instance, and I've during my time watching the trial chats, which also, as you all know, I'm in a lot of in political chats too. Also, obviously, I also do the trial chats for a very long time, and this goes on for all day long. And remember during the Crumbly trial, I really learned more about the school shooters. And I researched about the school shooters, and that's wrong when they do that. That's very wrong. At the same time, though, like say the Columbine shooting, there's alleged bullying that happened, and basically when the stuff like that happens, they were bullied and like abused, allegedly. Now, some people deny it, but other people and witnesses say the Columbine shooters were abused and they were bullied, like very badly, by teachers, and nobody did anything because they're like jocks on the football team, and they wouldn't do. Nobody would do anything, and they were psycho. They were nutty people already. But bullying and stuff wasn't talked about back then, and they expressed themselves in a really, really not nice way. And they could have still been alive today, and they look like they could have been good content creators. They could have had some stories to tell, and they like making videos. It's better to put your anger into something that will put out something productive, and not something that will be destructive towards yourself and everybody else. And bullying is talked about more in schools and in general. And as we know, cyberbullying trolls is a big thing. So just back in that time period for my research, things are different back then. Same thing with the Menendez brothers. It was a different time period. You know, it like, and my friends was telling me in the game. He says, "I'm Sale. You're more than welcome to join." Oh, okay, I'll tell him. Okay. All right. So, yeah, but basically, we're in a different time period. But thankfully, and also, Alan says, TBH, I'm glad that Sarah Boone got legal representation. Her kind of evil needs to go straight to hell. Amen. Sorry, I shouldn't get on your law because I'm so vocal. Well, there you go. All right. So I'm going to go to my friendship, but I'm still be playing the game, of course. And I'm going to go dock over here. And I'm going to go to the island. And we'll go to my friendship for a little bit. Then we're going to put the stream part, the game part down, and go into the articles and stuff about the references. And okay, so here we're going to the island down here. Here we go. Hello, Gam. Good to see you. All right. Okay, let's see. Is it going to do it? It did it. Okay. Okay, greetings. One of my friends' ship. All right, Matt. Have a good night. All right. So anyway, so basically, so that's my opinion about the Menendez brothers. It's important for people to. It's important that that's taken, into consideration. Yeah, this is a nice red ship. Okay. This my pirate character. If you say my pirate character, it's a long overcoat that they used to, back they wore in that time period. I believe you might be referring to. So you see, we turn it around. It's a long jacket. It's a big coat. All right, we're attacking the ship. Hello, Capri Law. I'm glad you're able to come tell us hello. Shout out to you. Yeah, I was just talking about the. We were talking about the trials while I play the game. Yeah. So, as I said, my opinion with the Menendez brothers, they should be let go, and it's good that in our modern times, things are abuse and stuff is taken more seriously than it was back in those time periods. And hopefully, there's other people that shouldn't be in there get out to. Yeah, yeah. Shouts, yes, yeah. Shout out to you, Capri. Awesome. Yes, yes, yeah. Shout out to y'all. And but yeah, so basically, I think that it's in like as I said with these different. We'll see if they have a verdict for the other trials with the the one with the toddler. They are supposed to be coming out with that one tomorrow, but they're supposed to do it today, but they didn't. Thank you, Capri, and thank you, Alan. I appreciate the compliments. Y'all are very good friends, and I appreciate chatting with y'all in the different streams and here too. And because it's good to have kind, cool people like y'all also, because there's so many internet clown trolls around that act stupid, like I always say all the time. So it's good. It's nice to have some good friends in this wild west of YouTube. And I don't know how much today I focused on the other one, the burn pile trial with the woman being accused of putting her husband in the burn pile and deleting him. That one, I was focusing on that one today, but the other one's a little bit more because sometimes I'll focus on one a little bit more than the other. And also, oh yeah, facts. We're gonna get this. I'll read what you're about to say, Capri. Yeah, Capri Law says Lileni guilty, Melody guilty, possibly hung. Boone double guilty. Yeah, certainly double guilty. All right, Bina. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. About to get them. They disappear, and it flies across the screen because we have the servers being goofy. Not that the stream's all good, but the other thing is not. Yeah, so basically, Capri, I was talking about how, like, with bullying, which you may have been lurking and heard me say it, but yeah, like bullying that happened in schools and stuff, they didn't really talk about it before the Columbine shooting a lot, in my opinion. Then after that happened, although unfortunately there are still school shootings, and that's evil, people shouldn't do that. Bullying back in the time period was not discussed like it is now. And but things are different. Just like, as I said, with the other trial, with the Menendez, the abuse would be taken more seriously than it was back then. Just comparing it to different things and scenarios. Let's see. We're gonna say in the chat for the crew, yay. And so as I said, it's good to see that being taken more seriously. And thank you, Capri, for your insight about the different trials, like the verdicts for them. Yeah, and Capri, I like how you zealously fight for these different causes and stuff in the chat. I'll explain. I like when you give insight on the different trials, even if a lot of people may disagree with you. I like to see the insight you give about stuff, and because it's important. I remember, like, I never went to law school or anything, but basically sometimes they'll have people like defend a position that they don't agree with. Not saying that you disagree with any, like, a position you agree with, but it's important. Like, they'll do this thing like the Socratic method. They'll keep on asking questions, and like I saw this like video of this different case that happened over in West Virginia where they had a person that was making a joke about signing a contract to sell their property. Then what happened was they went and said later that they didn't want to do that, but they didn't make it clear they were joking. So you go back and forth, and then like they'll have the different people defend a position they disagree with. So it's very interesting, the psychology behind it. It's a very a lot of mind games. Capri says, I wasn't lurking. Love hearing your input. Menendez brothers have served their time. Yes, I agree. I agree. Totally. You're in the right place if you're crazy, Alan, because the spaceship's the right place. Yes, yes, Capri. And because it's a good psychological exercise for me, like to see like the different view of the defense attorney, because it's like, as I said, I've never been to law school, but I've been around and saw videos of stuff, and I think it's important for people to go and talk about, to defend a position that they usually wouldn't, people wouldn't like to talk about. Because as I said, one thing I want to say, Capri, is that sometimes there's a situation that occurs where a lot of people will talk about attorneys, but sometimes prosecutors might be not nice too. Like if somebody's accused of a crime they didn't commit, the prosecutor is not going to be nice. So it's good to have an attorney to defend you, to get yourself out of a situation. It's important to have. Like I don't think a lot of people realize that. It's good to have. Another trial that I'm watching is, well, it's not on. The trial isn't on. The trial isn't on, but there's a trial that's taking place that we can't really go and like see a video of, but the Delphi trial I've been keeping up with. Exactly, Capri. Right. The prosecutors, yeah. Yep, exactly. The sleaziest. Yep. And basically what happened was, because people don't really realize that, they don't really give that much thought, because a lot of the media and stuff in the movies and things will tell people to think a certain way, but they don't. Because I'm watching the trials, I'm like, it's important to have the defense attorneys at the same time. And Alan says he loves everybody. And Alan says if you were straight or boy. And yeah, so basically, Alan, and I appreciate the compliments you give me. But yes, I am straight. I like women only. But I do appreciate your comments to me though. And you're a very good friend. And also, yeah, Capri, I guess y'all became parents. And yeah, we have this ship, and we're going to go and attack it. And also, we have firing the cannons right here. Yeah, so I got them. Yeah, so I think that with the Delphi case, that's a peculiar one. The judge did not want there to be people to have cameras in the courtroom. But, there's information coming out about the trial, and the two girls that were deleted in 2017, that was very sad what happened. And then there's a man that's being accused of deleting the women, the girls, and it's hard to tell the guy because the picture of him is kind of hard to tell. And basically, I I think it's good. He has two attorneys with him because he may not be the guy that did it, but he may be the guy that did it very well. We have to continue to see how it all turns out. Okay, now I am going to take out the ship. Yeah, so this is kind of from a different angle than what we usually do when I'm usually the one piloting it. Yeah, so I think basically, he probably likely did it, but he's not the same age as the person that did it, and we have to wait and see how the trial turns out. But it's good he has an attorney, to see what he really did. And also, Capri says, I tried to catch up with Delphi. I got lost and deep dived into the Abri Crombie man. Okay, I'm not completely aware of that one, but yeah, thanks for your insight. Yeah, there's some other streamers that have been talking about it, and I have been doing a lot of stuff with watching other streamers talk about the Delphi case. I've gotten a lot of good information about it, from the other streamers and the different, how much the trials cost and different things like that. I think they've been giving pretty good insight. And as I said, we have to wait and see. And about the defendant who allegedly did these crimes, and he seems to fit with a lot of the qualifications with a lot of the what that other defendant, the alleged person that did it, he fits in with a lot of the categories of the person, but at the same time, not the age. He's a little bit older than the alleged 20 to 30-year-old, but he definitely fits in the qualification for it. So we have to wait and see how that goes out. But yeah, so basically, Capri, I made a video about it. They were talking about evidence. They were talking about evidence and proof about it. And the jury was disturbed about the bodies that they were showing. And they showed other evidence that wasn't shown directly towards the jury. And they're talking about how adequate the evidence was in the game. If they felt that the evidence was, with the defense is arguing how the evidence was handled, if it was handled correctly. Yeah, facts. Capri said, "Yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, facts." And Capri says, "Do we know if he did rituals and stuff like that?" So the defendant himself, I don't really have information if he himself did rituals, but apparently at the ground zero, you know, there may have been something like that that took place. And certainly there's somebody that was trying to hide the evidence, like with trees and branches and stuff like that. And there may have been something there that may be true, but the defendant himself, I don't know if they had that information out about him or not. I've not seen anything that he did anything specific, but I'll go look into it. And the cat is walking around the house a little bit. The cat's eating, rather. Yeah. So I'm close to this island, and we'll soon be getting into the articles. Okay. That's my friend right over there, and the other side, and yeah. Also, what happened, Capri, is my fall flowers have bloomed. There's this flower plant that I have that I put these bulbs in the ground back in 2020, maybe in 2021, something like that. It was, yeah, 2021. I put these bulbs in there, and they're still growing today, and they bloom every fall. They come back, and they're related to the sunflowers, and they're blossoming. They're very beautiful. Yes, yes, Capri. My friend that I talked about aliens with, he told me about them. He told me that it's a good flower plant, and it's called the Jerusalem artichoke. If you're, as I said, they I don't have the badgers and stuff or whatever. You would have to, but there's nothing that digs these things up. But yeah, they are very beautiful flowers, and they smell really good too. Yeah. Now there's these other plants that I grow that are wild here. They're called. It's not the weed that you're thinking about, but it's called giant ragweed. But it's not the same weed that the people smoke. It's a type of. It's like the kind of leaf from the ragtime music. It looks just like sassafras. That's what it looks like. So it was a plant that it grows like to the sky. It's like a fairy tale plant to the it's like a beanstalk. And basically, it's these giant plants, and I thought that the indigenous people probably grew that or something because it looks like a domesticated plant. And I was right. They are very tall, and they were used by the indigenous people for like making bread and stuff. And also, it's you could use the big stalks for plants for holding up a tomato plant or marking stuff with a stake. They're very strong stakes, and I would use them for practicing my sword fighting. And Capri says I gotta look into it. It's that dang skunks that dig mine up. Oh, it's the skunks. Kathy Smith is in here sometimes, and one time she woke up because of the skunks outside. I don't have skunks here. I've never seen a skunk in my life. I've seen rabbits before. I've seen the little possums and things, but the skunks, I've not seen them here. Yeah, and also putting them in those cages and stuff I told you about, that should work. It should work. It needs to be tried. It should work. And also the repellents. And I'll also look up specifically what repels skunks specifically. All right. So you have the bounty hunter coming for me. Capri Law says I used to fence. That's so cool. I love Kathy Smith. You are such a magnet. Thank you. Thank you, Capri. And the cat staring at me over there agrees. Yeah, and so basically the fencing, that's really cool. That's really cool. I like, my friend. Yeah, so my buddy I told you about that. So what happened with him? He was very interested in aliens. I was interested in it too because I liked it as well. But he was really into aliens, and he thought it was his mission to go and tell the friends and stuff at school about aliens. And some people thought he was kind of goofy or whatever. But a lot of the stuff came out to hold weight, especially with the Planet 10, the Nibiru thing. And he was the one. He also taught me about sword fighting, and that's something else that I'm into as well. He taught me about how to use swords, and we would practice with them. It was very very fun. I enjoyed doing that with him. So yeah, that's how I got into it. And I like what I have is a katana. That's what I have. It's a very good sword. But fencing, I've not done fencing. I've done something similar to that, but I've not done specifically fencing. But yeah, that's it's a very good sport. I'm glad that you're into that too. And I was also learning about cutlass fighting, like how they in this game it was cutlass fighting. That was also really cool too to learn about. Also, I learned about spear fighting from him. The and he gave me a spearhead that was a model. It was the same type of spearhead that the Greeks used. It was a remake of it, and you could like put it on a a spear stick and use it. Yeah, very good weapons. I remember. Well, he had these shields. He still has them, of course. It's been a couple years since I've talked to him because when he went to college we drifted, but we're still friends. We're still good friends. And yeah, he has these shields. And when I was a kid, I'm very strong. I was always very strong, even as a kid. I could hold it better now, but remember it was pretty heavy. But as I said, I could still hold it. And the warriors had to hold the shield and the spear or the sword at the same time. That's a lot of a lot of stuff to carry. And Caprice says, so cool. I love weird people. I was born in a cult, no joke. I didn't have a birth certificate, so I couldn't do sports. That's why I fenced. I remember you were mentioning that before. And yeah, that's really wild. And basically, with you couldn't do sports. Well, I'm sure you would have done excellent at sports, and it's good that you at least got to do fencing. Yeah, and also my friend, he had the shield of Leonidas of the Spartans. He had a Spartan shield that was like a replica of it, and I held it. It's a heavy shield, and it's a very good strong shield too. And I was, really into European, like the history of Europe and stuff from Europe's past. I thought that was very interesting to me. Yes, I have a good memory. Yeah, I did good in school, but sometimes I like to do what I want to do, and I'm kind of hard headed. So sometimes I didn't always tr- focus on school as much, and they said that I had the ADHD and stuff like that. But basically, I like just kind of doing what I like to do. Unlike as hard for me to listen, but what things that I really am focused on, I do very well at. So the things I remember very well, that's what I really like to harp on. And let's tell these people thanks. It was nice doing that with them. Ah, okay. Anyway, so yeah, so I remember a lot of things. Yes, I remember everything because when I'm interested in something, now also I've learned as I'm older, if I'm not interested in something, I really get into it. Even if I'm not interested, I I still understand to discipline myself even if I'm not interested in something. I do what I don't want to do. So I also apply myself to things I'm not interested in as well. So I also do that, and these people in the game are talking to me. That's why I'm kind of like tripping out. But yeah. So anyway, basically to paraphrase what I'm saying, I am disciplined now as I'm older. I am also focused on things that I'm not interested in. I'll do what I don't want to do anyway. All right. So Capri says, "Dang, we need to get you to Europe. There's so many of us trial watchers that love you. We should start a alien GoFundMe." Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, it's a shout out to the alien, which is me, and also because with the alien, I think that it's important for people to do that because I came all the way from space down here, and the alien currency, they don't quite understand how to use it. And yeah, so basically, when I would study things about the different things in Europe, it was good that they their different fighting techniques and styles. Also, I shot a bow and arrow before at a target. And that was a learning experience for me. Capri says, "No, talk to them. It's okay. I'm putting on a huge party for my daughter tomorrow. I gotta sleep." Okay, Capri, have a Capri, have fun doing that for your daughter and have a very good night. Thank you for coming. It was nice talking to you for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Capri. Yeah, and just now it's me and Sam on the island. And basically want to get into some things with we're gonna yeah, about the that time. We're going to be reviewing the BRICS and some of the trial stuff and be chilling, doing the stuff like that. And also, shout out to everybody and Alan, everybody like that. I appreciate everybody. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So this is just Sam and I on the island, and he's just like chilling. Let's anyone tell him that. So I told Sam in the game that I hope he's been doing good. One of our friends earlier logged off. Now he might be logging off or something. He told me, but basically, I'm about to go exit the game and go into the other topics. Now he doesn't respond. I'm gonna just go right into it. Also, I'm telling Sam that I've been streaming. He knows I do YouTube in the streaming. Yeah, shout out to you, Bubbles. Cool cat. Yeah, and also I'll probably go pet the cat, but I'll still talk to y'all, of course, from over there. Yeah, and anyway, so I'm told Sam in the game that I told him that I'm just doing streaming and I'm doing good and all, and he said, "Ah, the same as usual," and I said yes, and also I've been doing the trials and stuff like that. I've been watching as well. I'm also going to tell him that at some point when I'm offline, I'm going to go and do the quest for the staff. It would be a little bit difficult. I can do it while doing on a stream. Yeah, and also he remembers what I mentioned. Yeah, and shout out to Sam. He's cool people. Yeah, and also because him and I do good in the game. We go after the different pirate ships and stuff. And sometimes they'll fire these fireballs at us, and I call them fireballs, but I don't really know what they are. And then they go and sink us to the abyss. And I will be working on getting the staff. That's something that I have to get, and I can do some magic stuff. And I want to say, because in the game you have a staff, and you could do all these different powerful things and stuff like that. And you could go and conjure up things and you know defend against enemies and stuff in that. Stuff like that, yeah. Also, and then I'm going to go to other parts of the stream. Let's see. Thinking. I'll tell him thanks because he told me about the best of luck to me. He went to sleep. His character went to sleep. Right there. And then he went back. See the sun. So it's kind of at the end of the day or the morning or something. It's kind of at the end. Yeah, that's some of the out in the distance. That's some of the. All right. Now we're going to be going to the other parts of the stream. Okay. All right. So we have talked about the different parts of the stream. We've talked about the. We played the game, and now on this next part, we are going to be talking about stuff with the trials, and we'll see how the connection and all holds up. Okay. All right. All right. Shout out to the spaceship cats. One moment. All right. Thanks for the patience as I paused for a moment. I was checking something. So, here we go. Basically, shout out to the spaceship cats, as we usually have. And so let's start with the Menendez. I'll talk about that. Which I did a video about it, but we'll still talk about it. Alright. Alrighty. Now let's see if we get any kind of buffering or anything like that. And that's not what I intended to do. We're going to go to this one. Um, that's not what I want to do either. We're going to get there. Get to a nice article about this. But I could just tell you all straight up. I don't need this, but I'll do it. All right, let's see how this goes. Okay, if it completely goes out, yeah. Let's see. It buffers a little bit because of the ads and stuff on the website. It'll cause it to buffer a little bit. Now let's see. All right, it's back now. All right. Los Angeles County prosecutors are recommending that Eric and Leo Menendez be resentenced for the 1989 killings of their parents in the family's Beverly Hills home, providing the brothers with a chance at freedom after 34 years behind bars. District Attorney George Gascoigne announced his decision at Thursday afternoon news conference. We are going to recommend the court on Friday that life without the possibility of parole be recommended, and they would be sentenced for murder, Gaskin said. That would be normally mean sentence for 50 years to life. He said, but because of their age, they both were under 26 at the time of the crimes, they would be eligible for parole immediately. Quote, I believe that they have paid their debt to society, he said. The final decision will be made by the judge. Gascoigne said part of his decision was based on a review of how the brothers have behaved in prison, even faced with the likelihood of life in prison. They avoided misbehavior or joining gangs and instead worked to help fellow inmates improve their lives. He said, for example, they worked to create groups to help inmates deal with untreated trauma and other groups to help inmates with physical disabilities. Lyle also helped advocate for better living conditions for inmates he said. The brothers themselves and other family members were not notified of his decision in advance, so likely would have found out the news by watching his televised press conference. He said he finalized the decision only about an hour before the news conference started. Gascoigne Gascoigne is currently locked in a battle for re-election against a former prosecutor, Nathan Hochman, who released a written statement questioning the timing of the decision so close to the election. DA George Gascon received the Menendez habeas corpus pension in May of 2023 and request for resentencing in February 2024, Yet he has waited until days before the November 5 election, so 30 points down in the polls, with articles coming about how he failed policies have led his failed policies had led to additional murders of innocent people. To release his recommendation for resentencing by releasing it now, Gascon has cast a cloud over the fairness of impartially of his decision, allowing Angelinos to question whether the decision was correct and just or just another desperate political move by DA running a losing campaign scrambling to grab headlines through a made for TV decision. Angelinos and everyone involved deserve better. During his news conference, Gascon declined to take reporter questions specifically about how the decision relates to his campaign. But asked what would happen if he loses the election and his successor has a different view of the case, Gascon said it shouldn't make a difference between once his office files their position. The matter is in the court's hands. The DA's office expects to file in court Friday and hopes to get on the court docket in the next 30 to 45 days. The election is November 5. Attorney Mark Griagos, who represents members of the Menendez family supporting the brothers' release, said a detailed plan has been formulated and shared with the district attorney's office for their re-entry into society if they are released. He didn't provide details of the plan for security reasons, but noted both brothers are married to wives who make a living. Both brothers are also enrolled in college programs, Lyle in a master's program and Eric for an undergrad degree. He remains optimistic they can be home by Thanksgiving. The family is united behind one idea, Garagos said, quote, which is bring him home, enough is enough. The Beverly Hills Police Department, which investigated the 1989 murder, issued a statement which did not praise nor criticize the DA's position, but noted their agency was not involved in the decision. Quote, today's decision to recommend resentencing was made entirely by Los Angeles County District Attorney, BHPD, was not consulted or contacted by the District Attorney's Office regarding this decision as investigating agency for the case of the BHPD presented relevant facts and evidence to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, which resulted in the filing of criminal charges at the time, end quote. The decades-old case began on August 20, 1989, when Lyle and Eric Menendez fatally shot their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, in the family's Beverly Hills home. Lyle Menendez, then 21, Eric Menendez, then 18, used shotguns they bought days earlier. Prosecutors alleged the brothers deleted their wealthy parents for financial gain, which doesn't make any sense because if you do that, you wouldn't have any money if you went to jail. The defense argued the brothers acted in self defense after enduring years of abuse by their father. All right, so that's the information about her. And let's say the Sarah Bone one, see if we can find a good article about that. Also, tomorrow I'll be going over the same topics again. Some of these same topics for some of the people that can't make it tonight. That will be here on Friday. Well, technically, it's Friday's today, but later tonight on Friday, we'll have some of the other people here that will talk about this again. Latina. Hola, Latina. I was just thinking of you. I was just thinking of you, Latina. You read my mind. I'm glad that you're here with us, Latina. I've been talking about trials, Latina. I just finished reading the article about the Menendez brothers. So, you know about that. So basically, the two brothers, and they're being released. And I believe, in my opinion, that the abuse took place. You're welcome. And the abuse took place, and it's time to let them go. And it's good that they're doing that. So basically, they were locked up for a very long time, and also, Latina, something that I was saying before is that it's good that in our modern times that abuse, especially towards men, is being taken more seriously. Because they don't really, back in this time period, I don't think they took abuse seriously, especially towards men. And also, basically, I think that it's important, in this modern time period, like things like bullying and abuse is taken more seriously now. Yeah, and Latina, I disagree. I think that they were abused, in my opinion, and I'm not saying what they did was the right thing to do. To do that, of course, and also, I'm not, as I said, it's not the right thing to do. Like, for instance, like with the Columbine shooting, they were bullied a lot and abused a lot, and it wasn't right for them to shoot up the school. But of course, at the same time, the bullying was wrong. And in my opinion about this is that the abuse that happened, that I believe also that happened, that's also wrong. They shouldn't have deleted their parents. But at the same time, I think that, at that time period, and abuse allegations and stuff were not taken seriously back then, like especially with men. And I don't think that you would delete your parents to get the money because they just would go to jail for it. So as I said, my opinion, I think that I could be wrong, but I think that the abuse is true, and I think that they should be let out. In my opinion about it, but I could be wrong, as I said, and I appreciate your insight, Latina, about it. Because she also says, I see lots of criminals being let free when they're done worse, right? Some people were innocent. Some people are bad, like you said. Some people were, let go for some reason that did something wrong. They shouldn't have been let go. Some people, the trial may have been shady. Some people might have acted in self defense. Maybe some people were innocent, but maybe others were not innocent and shouldn't have been let go. You know, so and all other relatives of the family. were known about these abuse allegations. Also, there's another person that was in a band that was abused by the that claims to be abused by the father. And if you're in a happy, great home, I doubt you would go and delete your parents. Like, if someone goes to a really great school and all and has a great time, I don't think that the school shooters. A lot of them are evil and wrong, of course, as I said. But if someone's being bullied all the time, they don't have any way to express themselves. You're not gonna get a good result. But of course, that is wrong, and they should have a better way of expressing themselves. But the unloved, those are the people that hate and do all kinds of bad things. Like what Charlie Chaplin said in his speech, they're people that machine hearts. They're just people that are full of hate in them. They were it's a cycle of hatred. So yeah, I think that in this case, it is. I think that they should be let free, but I could be wrong, and I'm up for different opinions about it. Yeah, so I was talking about that before, and as I said before, I will be talking about these topics tomorrow for the other people that are not able to be here right now, because they'll be here Friday night. And also, I'll go over the article again. Let's see, I might go over it again to show Latina specifically. That wasn't what I wanted to put up there. Or this one. It might buffer for a moment, but it'll come back. And Latina, you can give me your insight on it. There's a speech that Charlie Chaplin did that was very inspirational. And you could look it up on YouTube. It was called The Great Dictator. And he was like making a mockery of Hitler. And there's, he talked about to not give yourselves to brutes that like want to use you as cannon fodder, and that the people have the power to build machines and happiness and stuff like that. It's a very inspirational speech. I recommend seeing it. But the unloved, the unloved, and the unnatural hate. Okay, so join me on the live stream. You want to did you want to call in? Is that what you meant? You let me know if that's what you meant. You could come call in if you'd like, or however you want to do it. You could do that. And but basically, you could make it a little bit more clear what you meant exactly. Yeah, so basically, that's what the Menendez brothers and the DA has decided to tomorrow file the motions, which is it's too noisy. Okay, but yeah, Latino, you could StreamYard. All right. Yeah, I have to go and log into it. See how that goes. All right, we do that. Okay. Okay, so it's been a little while since I've been on StreamYard, so I have to go and you know set all that up. Let's see. Okay. Look in there real quick. The StreamYard. Doing now is I'm going to be logging into it, seeing about setting this all up. This is the wrong one. I think. No, it's not the wrong one. It's yeah. I'm still on Google Chrome. All right, it's the right one. putting the code in. It's going to load. It's going to load. It is not this is not the internet, this is the other thing. Okay, it appeared finally after a moment. All right. That worked. All right, so I'm going into the StreamYard and seeing how all this goes. Yeah, put all that in there. All right, I want to see how. All right, so I'm here in there. See if I remember how to do this, which I do. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I have to do some things with the mic and stuff like that. Settings. Okay, go into settings. The speaker will be this. The mic. Yes, yes, absolutely. Testing, testing, testing. Yeah. All right. Mic is working, okay. Add, okay, okay, here we go. And we're in the room. Invite, copy, okay. All right. Okay, I'm getting this set up, Latina. All right, here we go, okay. Put this mic right here. Okay, see the link. Copy. All right, so we're gonna go to this other window, this other area. Yeah, I have to fix my little camera right here. It went a little bit. Yeah, we could show this on the screen. I don't really care. Let's go to this room right here. This is the StreamYard room. All right. All right, everybody's patient with me. Window capture. Okay. Then we're going to go here and go like this. Okay, that was the wrong button. I'm getting there. All right. Okay, Latina. I'm going to get this other window closed. All right, then we're going to have you come on this thing. All right. Putting this window up. Is she still here? I'll invite her in. Put the volume up on this TV to hear her. And we'll test this out, see if everything works correctly. All right. All right. So yeah. So basically, the trials and stuff have been very interesting. That have been going on, and I like going over them and talking about it with the different people because it's very important. What's going on, because it's good to know what's going on in the world. And the Sarah Boone trial, Bone, whatever it's called, that one, there's a lot of cringe with that. And she's very evil, and the one that deleted the toddler was evil too. So he messed up. And also, whenever Latina's ready, she could come in. It's all good. Yeah. And I enjoyed, the chat today. It was pretty cool. It was very nice. It was very nice with the chat. So I'm talking about is the Law and Crime chat. They were very nice today, and the YSL one, they weren't really having a lot going on with it. They were just, they went live for like 26 minutes allegedly, or it was like something real short, but they didn't really do anything. Everybody was wondering what was going on. All right. Okay. She's here.
Thanks. I'm going to go ahead and listen to you read.
Okay. All right. So, reading the other thing. All right, I'll go do that. See how this all goes. So I'm going to put up the other window and get that one up, the Menendez. All right, there we go. There's some ads on here, so we will be doing this. It'll work out fine. Okay, so here we go. Los Angeles County prosecutors are recommending that Eric and Lyle Menendez are to be resentenced for the 1989 killings of their parents in the family's Beverly Hills home, providing the brothers with a chance of freedom after 34 years behind bars. District Attorney George Gascon announced his decision at a Thursday afternoon news conference. Quote, "We are going to recommend to the court on Friday that if life without the possibility of parole will be removed and they will be sentenced for murder," Gascon says. "That would be normally a sentence of 50 years to life," he said, "but because of their age, they both were under 26 at the time of the crime, they would be eligible for parole immediately." Quote, "I believe that they have paid their debt to society," he said. "The final decision will be made by the judge." Gascon said part of his decision was based on review of how the brothers had behaved in prison. Even faced with the likelihood of life in prison, they avoided misbehavior or joining gangs and instead worked to help fellow inmates improve their lives, he said. For example, they worked to create groups to help inmates deal with untreated trauma and other groups to help inmates with physical disabilities. Lyle also helped advocate for better living conditions for inmates, he said. The brothers themselves and other family members were not notified of his decision in advance, so likely would have found out the news by watching his televised press conference. He said he finalized the decision only about an hour before the news conference started. Gascon is currently looked is currently locked in a battle for re-election against former federal prosecutor Nathan Hodgman, who released a written statement questioning the timing of the decision so close to the election. Quote, DA George Gascon received the Menendez habeas corpus pension in May 2023 and request for resentencing in February 2024. Yet he has waited until days before the November 5 election, 30 points down in the polls, with articles coming about how his failed policies have led to additional murders of innocent people, to release his recommendation for the resentencing by the releasing it now. Gascon has cast a cloud over the fairness and partiality of the decision, allowing an Gelenios to question whether the decision was correct and just another desperate political move by DA running a losing campaign, scrambling to grab headlines through a made for television decision, and Gelenios and everyone involved deserves better. During his news conference, Gascoon declined to take reporter questions specifically about how the decisions relates to his campaign, but asked what would happen if he loses the election and his successor has a different view of the case. Gascoon said it shouldn't make a difference because once his office files their position, the matter is in the court's hands. The DA's office expects to file in court Friday and hopes to get on the court docket in the next 30 to 45 days. The election is in November 5.
Oh my gosh. Hey, were you? I don't know. I can't see your screen, your live screen. Are you trying to show the article? Because I only see you and me.
Oh, I was just showing our screen. I could put it on the other screen if you want.
And I missed almost an hour of your live stream. I'm sorry. Did you talk about Did you preface um the story before you started reading the article?
Yeah, so before you got here, I did this. Like Alan and Capri Law were here earlier, and we were talking about this while I was playing the game, and we were talking about all these other trials too, a bunch of other trials as well. And right when you got here, I finished reading the article. But I said I'm reading it tomorrow too for people that are not going to be here. But as I said, I was reviewing it, but it's a continuation. You didn't really miss too much.
Okay, because they were in the article you're reading. It says that they were almost 26 years old, and then how long have they been locked up? 20 years.
It was, let's see, I, I believe this was the article I'm referring to. You're referring to this article, right? Well, you're referring to the article from the stream I'm reading.
The one you were reading, it said, I think you said that they were almost 26 years old.
I don't think I said that. But I may have said that. Okay, I don't think I meant to say that because I believe, yeah, he was. One of them was 18, and the other one was 21, I think. But it was 26. At the age of 26, that they're under the age of 26 when when they did the murders originally.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah, that's what I said. All right.
So how old are they now?
How old are they now?
Yeah. Does it say? Or is it going to tell us? Should I wait till the end?
Yeah, we wait to the end, and I'll tell you. Okay.
All right.
You have to, it's not much longer. It's just gonna take 4 hours. That's all.
Okay.
All right. All right. So I read the part about about how they failed the policies and blah blah blah. Okay, but asked about what would happen if he loses the election and his successor has a different view of the case. That's an interesting point of view. Gascoigne said it shouldn't make a difference because once his office files their position, the matter is in the court's hands. The DA's office expects the final court on Friday and hopes to get on the court docket in the next 30 to 45 days. The election is November 5. Attorney Mark Garagos, who represents the members of the Menendez family supporting the brothers' release, said a detailed plan has been formulated with formula and shared with the district attorney's office for their re-entry into society. If they are released, he didn't provide details of the plan for a security reasons, but noted both brothers are married to wives who make a living. Both brothers are also enrolled in college programs, Lyle in a master's program and Eric for an undergrad degree. He remains optimistic they could be home by Thanksgiving. The family is noted behind one idea. Gergo said, which is bring him home, bring him home. Enough is enough, the attorney says. Beverly Hills Police Department, which investigated the 1989 murder, issued a statement in which did not praise nor criticize the DA's position, but noted their agency was not involved in the decision initially. Quote, today's decision to recommend resentencing was made entirely by the Los Angeles County District Attorney, BHPD, was not consulated or contacted by the district attorney's office regarding his decision. The investigating agency of the case in the BHPD presented relevant facts and evidence to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, which resulted in the filing of the criminal charges at the time. End quote. The decades-old case began on August 20, 1989, when Lyle and Eric Menendez fatally shot their parents Jose and Kitty Menendez in the family Beverly Hills home. Lyle Menendez, then 21, and Eric, then 18, so 18 and 21 at the time, used shotguns they bought days earlier. Prosecutors alleged the brothers deleted their wealthy parents for financial gain. The defense argued the brothers acted in self-defense after enduring years of sexual abuse by their father. That's the end of the article, and now let's figure out what age they are. So, here we go.
That's pretty disgusting. Poor guys. They endured that from their father. Was that their biological father, I wonder?
Yes. Yes. All right, so 56 years old. So Lyle Menendez, born in 1968, he's 56 years old, and his sibling is this other individual, which is Eric, and we're going to click on that, and let's see, he's 53. So Eric is 53.
Yeah, and you said they're both married and have wives?
Yes.
Amazing. Any kids, I wonder?
I'll look that up. Look it up. All right. So, Mouse is being funny. Shout out to the mouse. It's doing its thing. All right.
It is Halloween-ish time.
Scared. Okay, so now we'll look it up if they have children. Let's see, I'm going to be more specific to Google. Okay. All right.
Do you like my picture, Alien?
Yes. It's hilarious. Yeah, and basically, yeah. So I don't see any information. I don't think now there is something that says about them having if they have kids or not, but it didn't really show them having any kids currently. But we're going to check that out, and also, yeah, because the picture I like it. It's the witch and with the bats. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I know who that is exactly. It's one of the clowns. All right. So they do not have any biological children. Now, I am seeing something that says Talia Menendez is Eric's daughter. His marriage to Tammy Melendez is biologically related to Eric. So Eric has a stepdaughter, but they don't have allegedly. Maybe they do have a kid. They have kids secretly. Who knows? And they're just not in the public eye. But he has a stepdaughter, but but they don't have any kids. It says. All right. So basically, yeah, and I was see with this one, I was like say like with Diddy, what he's been doing over there to those people, and now the allegations against him are coming out. It seems like this year a lot of different allegations about different people are coming out, and that's a positive thing because basically, throughout all this time, people were having, you know, they wanted justice, and like say with Diddy, he's been arrested, and the stuff about him's coming out, and before that it was Epstein, and so
I,
it's yeah, go on.
I don't I don't think Diddy or Epstein had biological children, did they?
I'll look it up. Well, Diddy has kids. I'll go and look how many exactly. Yeah, he has a couple of kids. When I'm watching the show and the try, since it's a federal court, it's a federal case. There's no cameras in there. There's no like the other trials I watch where you could go. They have the trial. You can watch the stuff inside. This they have the cameras outside when they have the Diddy one. So it's like in New York outside the courthouse. So we just get like secondhand information, but they give us from reporting inside. And there's all these different times where the his kids will go in there to support him. He has a couple of kids, and I'm looking at them right now. And yeah, he has King Combs, Justin Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs, and Delilah Star Combs. And yeah, they all like come in this little posse, in this little group, and they go in there to support him. And the media keeps asking questions, but they don't say anything. And we're gonna go see if Epstein had kids. Yeah, I don't see anything about him having any children. Let's see. I could look up this other thing. Yeah, there he did not have any kids. And he
Thanks
mysteriously.
for checking.
You're welcome. You're welcome. He goes and disappears, and of course, he was taken out, I think, and yeah,
You mean you don't think he deleted himself?
Yeah, in my opinion, I think that maybe there's some people that didn't want information coming out, in my opinion, and that it just seems a little bit shady to me. Maybe he could have been like a whistleblower to talk and expose other people. But I could be wrong. He may have deleted himself. Yeah, and that is the information regarding the Menendez brothers. And also, we have the Sarah Boone. Then there's this other case I was talking about with Sarah Boone, and basically with her, she is being, you know, in, on trial for deleting her boyfriend and putting him in a suitcase. And he seems like he had some problems and he had abuse to him. He was abusive, but basically, she seems like, from as the trial goes on, she also was abusive towards him too, and they both were horrible parents. And she did very similar things to what Amber Heard did to Johnny Depp, and so like videotaping him and stuff like that. And also, like sometimes it may seem like it goes more in her favor, and other times it seems that he, you know, it really goes in his favor because she was not nice what she did, and a lot of people are saying that she could have simply just left or called police when he was being abusive. And also with this, one of the other trials that I was watching was that basically another one I was watching. It was about this toddler that was found in a dumpster, and the mother, was accused of deleting her child, and they have the interrogation footage, and she's really vile, and she just cries for herself, and she's extremely annoying, and she's really bad, and the evidence is very clear, in my opinion, that she's the one that's guilty, and the jury was deliberating today about it. But what happened was she went, the jury deliberated, but then they went home later on, and they just, will come back tomorrow, and I believe there will be a quick verdict with that one. Yeah, and
That's a pain in the butt because, especially, I've been on a trial before. Not a citizen, and he was told, you cannot touch or talk to the jury, and then they do it anyways. They do not obey our laws.
right, and also, so so you think that the juries can be kind of shady?
Um, Jury. Well, I was just mentioning my experience when, you know, hopefully they weren't trying to influence the jury.
Oh,
So
okay. So you say that again about the your experience.
yeah, I was on a jury once, and they told the person who is on trial, do not contact or try to talk to the jury. And the guy, he was, from another country, didn't speak English very well, or any at all, if any,
Okay.
and he didn't obey the rules. And he still tried to talk to the jury, to beg them to not to find him guilty or whatever. And it's
Wow.
just really annoying that people think that just because they don't speak the language or they're from another country, that they deserve special treatment.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, and yeah, that's a problem. With situations like that, because they don't go and respect the law, and they're trying to go and influence a jury a certain way. And yeah, that's certainly criminal, and that shows, and that would actually put more doubt, in my opinion, in the jury's mind, and that would just confirm that the party is guilty and they're insecure about it. Yeah, that's really unfortunate that you know, if that occurred, yeah, definitely. Yeah, and also with because the jury has the. I remember this time with Darrell Brooks. He was a real cringe one because he would go and he was defending himself. He would go and have these fights with the judge, and you could go like look at like reruns of him. It was from 2022. That's when I was watching that trial, and that's an infamous trial. He would go and fight the judge. He would go and fight the prosecutor, and he defended himself because he didn't like his attorney. And then he started having tantrums in court and talking back to the judge and giving her death stares. And then he would constantly tell the jury that they can go and find him not guilty if they want to, and he would constantly tell it was unlawful law, and that the jury has the power. They could find him not guilty. What did Darrell Brooks do? He went in the Christmas parade and he mowed down a bunch of people with his SUV.
Yeah, he'll live in infamy forever. He was disgusting.
Yeah, and basically that and the law he was reciting has nothing to do with that case that had to do with a jury like I could explain it. So say if like somebody was on a trial and they just thought that they liked the person and the person for some reason was not guilty, the jury can have a decision to let them off the hook if they wanted to. But it's like with the situation he was talking about has nothing to do with that trial. And they were he kept on talking. So there's a scene about he was a rapper. He wasn't a rapper, but he tried to rap, and there was a photo. There was in the background. There was his SUV in the background, and there's agreements that the prosecution and the defense will make that they will not bring up certain things in a trial unless somebody brings it up. So what this genius does, he goes in and he says something about the vehicle, and he opens the door for the vehicle to be talked about, and he's like, "What kind of judge are you?" But it is his fault because he wasn't supposed to bring it up, but he doesn't listen to anybody but himself.
I'm sorry, that's kind of hilarious. He's so dumb and doesn't listen.
Oh yeah, yeah. The whole thing is that was a hilarious trial, and basically there's a thing like with the like they're giving the cookie jar example, and if somebody was guilty of stealing something from a cookie jar, it wouldn't be brought up in a trial later on. It would be irrelevant to the case. But what this guy does, he brings up everything from that was not irrelevant to the case to make his situation even worse. And then they're saying that the prosecutor said, "I'm going to hand this out to the defendant," and he said, "Oh, the defendant," and
Oh my god.
he went on a tantrum about it, and he got up and he started having a rant. He said, "I'm not being treated fair here. They keep talking to me and being not talking to me nicely." And he's turning all red and he was ranting and raving. And she said, "Mr. Brooks, I'm going to bring you to the other room." And
And this is the guy that did the parade, right?
yeah,
That he went in his car.
yeah, this is what he's saying.
That was a really difficult trial. I had a hard time like listening to it and seeing everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Because with Darrell Brooks, I mean that was a really heartbreaking thing, and so he was angry at his girlfriend, and he had a lot of he probably was all kinds of stuff was wrong with him besides that, and he went to the vehicle and he mowed down the people, and then the witnesses said that they saw him and he was looking back and he was smiling and he was like kind of like laughing. And then his defense was that the vehicle was what's it we would say the see the word's not coming to me, but it was bad. The vehicle was bad and it wasn't it was not created correctly, and there was a
Unresponsive or something?
no, it was like deformed. That's not the word for some reason. I can't think of the word. I use it all the time.
Defective.
Defective. Thanks. So the vehicle was defective, and he couldn't just go and like he was trying to defend that was defective and that type of vehicle was recalled. But if he would have just had an attorney defend him and his team defend him, maybe his situation would be different. But so he was trying to say that it did it on its own. And there are vehicles that are defective, and one of the vehicles wouldn't do that. But there's some vehicles that have some problems that my family has had. But basically, I think that he had some psycho problem and he did it. But all of his defense stuff went out the window because he's not a trained attorney, and he was not really he dug his own grave deeper, and he was very disrespectful to the judge. And if he ever thought in heck that he was likable enough to get the jury to that he's so likable and everybody that they would get him off the hook, he's living in some fantasy world far beyond any planet that I've ever been to. And I think that people like him need to be locked up. But it was just so crazy to watch that trial, and he was had to be put in the other room sometimes, and she wanted him to wear a suit, and he kept on saying that he was unlawful law, and he would be very angry. And at the end of his trial, he said, "I believe in Jesus Christ." He said, and he put up his Bible up.
Oh my God, that's terrible. It was hard for me because I was listening to the witnesses. It was sad to hear the witnesses recount what they experienced.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because the witnesses went through. Oh yeah, it was heartbreaking to see their testimonies. They went through a lot of stuff because there's a part towards the end where they had all the people come up, and they talked about the people they lost and what they went through, and he was just having these smug looks at him, and he smirked at him, and he was getting all like he wanted to go fight him, and it was horrible what they went through because people were just having a Christmas parade. Somebody definitely has a devil in them if they want to go out and cause mayhem like that. And on his social media and stuff, he had all kinds of wacky stuff and his wacky views and things. But yeah, he just went out and acted on it, and he was holding up his Bible, and he said he believes in Jesus Christ strongly, and he does not know why this happened. He said he doesn't know, but he still has a chance, and they have the power. They can make a different decision. It's like this. So he reminds me. So he's a lot like that defendant that you speak of that you had to deal with, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then, but do we let this guy out of jail, or should he stay forever in prison? Compared to the Menendez brothers.
Now, with the Menendez brothers, it's a totally different situation. It's comparing apples to oranges. And so with Darrell Brooks, he did this action because he has, he's a lot of hatred in him, and he didn't know how to express himself. And also with the other group, yes, they were young, and deleting their parents was not the best thing, but they were being abused, in my opinion. And they didn't seem to have any kind of other way of expressing themselves. But they also, it's not really about self-expression, but it was also more about they felt like they were doing it in self-defense because there was no other way out. Like some people delete themselves because they feel there's
But
no...
it's kind of weird though because they were 18 and 21 years old. Why didn't they just move away from home and report them to the police? Those are grown-ups. You don't get to, once you're a grown-up, you don't get to act like a child and just make excuses for life anymore.
No, I understand what you're saying, and if I were you, I would feel the same way. But basically, as I said, that we all have to walk in each other's shoes, and different people, as I said, it's not an excuse, but from their state of mind that they were in, and what they were coming up in, they felt that, that was their only way, their only way out. I know that they're adults and all, but they felt that that was the only way that they can go and have justice for what happened to them. But of course, they could just call the police. They can go and sue them or something. But in this time period, you have a different time where people did not, especially abuse towards men, was not talked about or accepted back then. Maybe if they were in this time period, or time periods a little bit before this one, where people can have, if someone's abused, especially boys, they would be able to have, people would believe them, but no one would believe them. There would be no justice, and it was wrong. No one said it's right, and I believe that they served their sentence, and that was good enough. And I believe that they should be released. And as I said, times are different back then, but it's good that people now would be more believed, and they wouldn't have to go through such lengths to do that. And as I said, that wasn't the right thing for them to do, and they shouldn't have done that, of course.
Did it? Are you done reading the article, or are they still like? Do you still have some to go?
I'm not reading any article right now.
Oh, okay.
Right. And also, like, for instance, as I was saying before, that, like, there's people that are really, in a state of mind where they go through so much abuse and things like that. And I recommend all people that go through something to not go choose a violent way out. And yeah, it's a logical thing to do, but common sense isn't common. Now, I've not been abused or molested as a kid constantly by my father since I was a little kid with no one believing me.
Right.
I don't
Or
know
it
what
could,
I don't know what that's like.
yeah, it could have stunted their ability to, know how to deal with it.
Right, right. And having a father is important, and having a good family structure at least, or if there's other relatives or grandparents or whatever to take care of a situation, that's the best thing. But molesting a child is really bad, and I think that anybody that molests a kid should not be here on this earth, in my opinion. I'm not going telling people to go delete people, but yeah, that's really bad. Now there was relatives that knew about this abuse, and that they were talking to the cousins and stuff about it, and they just felt like they had no way out. And there's
Um, the mom, right? The mom knew about it or something. What?
right, right, and that's why I think they deleted her too, because she didn't do anything. She didn't try to stop it, and they were both in on it. And somebody doesn't know how to express themselves or do, like, saying the right thing. Let's call it that. What really is the right thing if you really think about it in the broad term? Because abusing a child, Jesus even said, if you abuse a child, you should have a boulder wrapped around your neck and be thrown into the sea. And also, I think that unfortunately, it's could have stunted their growth, and they didn't. They felt like there was no way out. And, like, say I was talking about, like, the Columbine shooters I've studied about, because during this time of doing trials, I've done this thing where I've researched the school shooters, because, like, the Crumblies, the mother was on a trial, and I studied about the school shooters and, like, what motivated some of them to do that. I'm not saying all school shooters were go through these certain situations, and it's wrong to do that, and it's extremely evil. You become the thing, because those school shooters become the biggest bullies of all time. They become the thing that they're against, that they say they're against, and basically they were bullied allegedly and abused very badly, and teachers actually bullied them too. Nobody cared. The dean of the school didn't care. Allegedly, nobody cared, because the jocks were on the football team, so nobody's going to stop them because they have to have them in the football team. But in our modern time, although there's still school shootings, and that's wrong, and people shouldn't do that, and they're evil, but still, with people bullying is still being talked about more. It's more open to talk about bullying now than it was back then. But these young people could have something wrong with them already, possibly so, yeah, and they just don't know. They don't see any way out or a future. They're just stuck in that moment. Or say people that go and delete themselves because they don't have any way out. I'm not like that. I don't know what that's like to think like that. There's been times I've been angry. There's been times where I've had thoughts, but thankfully I close to God, and I think right, from what I was taught and when I've grown up and things I've studied about philosophy and stuff, that there's always a better, less destructive path to take. But as I said, if someone has a happy, great home, they're not. I don't think they're going to go do stuff like that, in my opinion.
Oh, and also, it was the phrase was, "It's better to have a millstone tied around your neck and tossed into the depths of the sea," or something like that.
Amen. Yes.
That's what Jesus said.
Yes. And like we were talking yesterday, about the quote about Jesus, how he loves the purity of children.
Did he say that? I don't even know
Oh, Jesus
who
didn't.
said that. Okay.
Jesus never said that. Okay, so what you were showing me yesterday is a woman that found her, that she believes she's a prophet, and she wrote her, and it says in there that that she made it clear that it's in explaining her interpretation of Jesus and explaining stuff from the Bible. So it's cool. Jesus never said those things, but from her reading the Bible, it's paraphrasing and explaining about what he felt about children, and it's not wrong. I believe that's correct, but it's nothing that he ever himself explicitly said. It's like, say, I could write a book about something from the Bible that I think that it was this and that in my interpretation, or a way to explain it, or say YouTubers, explaining what the scripture says. But no, that's not a passage from the Bible. It was a person. It's a different religion, the Seventh Day Adventist, and that was one of the books that they wrote explaining their view of the Bible. And as I said, that specific quote I don't disagree with. And I think that a child being molested, children being molested, and it's like somebody kidnapped a kid and they were molested and they feel powerless and they feel like they can't do anything. It's like you expect them to just have sunshine and rose and just be cool and just be all happy and just I wouldn't think so. Especially they shouldn't do that, but they weren't and in a the growth is stunted and people that the mother denies it, and the mother and the father are very important, and they both are participating in that or knowing about it and not doing anything. A kid can't defend himself. you know a kid can't do that, and they're just powerless. Then they get older, and it's like then they could feel they have more self-defense.
Yeah,
Yes, go on.
it's the truth of what happened to them.
Can you say that again?
I hope that someday, like, people like Usher and Justin Bieber come out and tell us what really happened to them in Hollywood.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've been seeing on Twitter a lot these videos and YouTube. I've seen on both platforms and clips. I've been seeing these clips of Justin Bieber coming up and all these women being, and some men being creepy to him and like real like perverted, to him, and he felt violated and stuff. And yeah, he went through a lot. It's there. Just these people are so degenerate and creepy. It's like if you could like or think someone's like attractive or something, but you don't have to go and like be like they're doing. Just Holly weird is Holly weird.
Yep.
Yeah, and also something else that I remember was with from Drake and Josh. You know, Drake was the character plays Drake. I think his real name is Drake actually, and yeah, he was talking about how he was molested and by one of the producers of Nickelodeon, and there's a video of him of the guy, and he was like touching Leonardo DiCaprio when he was young, like his arm, and he was saying that he did some bad stuff to him, and the guy had a painting from John Wayne Gacy, who is a gay serial killer that deleted men and young boys, and he dressed up as a clown. Of course, you know who that is, and also the guy had paintings from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had paintings from him, and you know, it's just that children are pure, and they and the evil forces of darkness and demonic forces are going to want to attack these things for their own energies. And I've been talking about Nosferatu because I saw the '79 movie, and I like the Halloween stuff, and I was looking more into vampires, and they like the purity. They like the pure person, and they like the virgin blood. They like the blood of the person that's pure and that was not tainted, and they want to absorb the blood and energy from them. And also spiritually, they want the pure and the holy person. They always go after the woman who was held with the crosses, and that's real religious and all. And because they want that, and the same way applies in Hollyweird and all these other things. And the demonic realm is that, which a vampire is a demonic thing as well, is that they want to take away the pure energy and destroy it and corrupt it, because that's what Satan is. And also in the witchcraft, the evil people, they they like the children because the demons, they'll give them more power and stuff. And as I said, because that's why Jesus said to protect and defend the children. Hollywood is of Satan, in my opinion. So that's why they do the work of Satan and do stuff to people of all ages, especially children, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
Yeah. And also, and I would like to see Justin Bieber go out and talk about what he went through. And basically, there's a scene from the Sarah Boone trial where she went and they had to show the suitcase. So there's the suitcase that she put her husband in after not her husband, her boyfriend, after she deleted him. And they got up, they put the gloves on, and she just showed where she put everything to make him uncomfortable. Although he was already, I believe he was deleted, or if he wasn't deleted, she was tormenting him more. And so basically, so that was a scene that was disturbing to everybody. And there's this other scene about her where she was where her the boyfriend wanted her to film her break the TV with a baseball bat. Now he was drunk and he was an abusive person, but she also was drunk and she was an abusive person. And there's videos they're showing today of her tormenting him and being really abusive towards him. And I'm sure that he was not a happy camper in that relationship. And that is a situation, in my opinion, where she did not have to go and delete him, because in that moment she was not being, hurt by him, but she really was abusing him, you see. And also, so that case, it's pretty clear that she's guilty, but there's sometimes it seems more in her favor, it seems, because of what he does, but also in the other, also mainly in the deceased boyfriend's favor. And there's Ashley, I believe her name was Bayfield, and she was the ballerina trial. That's what that one was called. She went and she was alleging that she had abuse from the, husband, and he was, abusive to the animals. And then she lured him to help her pick up some boxes, and then she went and deleted him. But in that moment of time, nothing was really going on. I would recommend people could sue, call the police, especially in the moment, that they're being abused. But as I said, I've not been in that situation, so I don't know exactly what the psychological state is in that specific incident.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. And also, basically, we have right here, I'm going to go and look here. We have the Menendez, Rant, chilling, talking about stuff. Okay, so I'm looking over the different topics and things. And
that one Nosferatu was really a good topic too that you talked about.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. And yeah, so basically, yeah, and sometimes I'll go and look over the different, because there's a long list of things I talk about, and I want to make sure that I don't forget something. Yeah. And another thing I want to explain is that, so with Nosferatu, he went and he brought his rats with him to go over to Germany and spread his rats everywhere and cause the bubonic plague. And although the trials, I'm still talking about the trials, I just kind of bounce around different topics. So basically, with the the bubonic plague is still around. It's still there today. The western part of the United States has it, you know, sometimes in rural areas, but it's completely eradicated, and most people developed an immunity, in my opinion, to it, and especially in Europe where they were at, the people developed an immunity to it. So people, it would be unlikely for them to get it, but there's still people that can get it. I know it's crazy, but it's still around, and it was spread by rats, and the rats were infected by fleas. Well, the rats and the fleas jumped off the rats, and they went on the people, and it's real creepy. So the fingernails and the tops of the fingers turn black, the lips turn black, and under the nose turns black. You could say something if you want.
Yeah, that's really creepy how the Nosferatu was it in 1922 and Bram Stoker's Dracula in 1897, and which one talked about the using the rats for the disease?
Okay, so the ones using rats for the disease, it's in both of them, but the
Oh, okay.
yeah,
See, and that's really crazy that they were using like biological warfare since back then. It's really so crazy
yeah,
that they would do that.
yeah, yeah, and also, you know, it's in both versions, but the 79 version, that one was really epic. Bro, he got himself 11,000 rats. They got 11,000 rats on set from Holland, I believe, or Hungary. It was Hungary, I think. And and they may not have been that nice. The rats may not have been the best conditions, but they did a good job. Now we're more nice to animals on set. But basically, with the rats, yeah. So he would go and use the rats, and he would go from the Black Sea because he wanted the dude's wife, and he wanted to spread his rats around to biological warfare. And they went and infected people, and then she was the only one that knew about who the enemy was, but no one would listen to her. And the scientists, he was the dude that wanted to trust the science. It's crazy because it's like you have people today that want to trust the science, and it went down. It didn't really go that well. And he said, "I need to review this scientifically. There's not a vampire biting people, but there was a vampire biting people." And then he felt bad afterwards. And then say today you'd have, politically. I mean, you could have people bringing a bunch of rats in, hypothetically, in a metaphorical sense, and to cause and destroy a country. That's really the main premise of the movie. It was trying to say that the vampire was bringing the rats to destroy that area and take the guy's wife and make people into vampires. And also the the vampire, he really, he was like, he was alone out there, and everybody was telling him not to go there, but he didn't listen. He insisted on going there anyway. And with all these the rats, so on the set, it was just crazy how they had 11,000 rats, but the 79 movie really went in depth about it. The They had these feasts, and the people were feasting because they're already infected with the plague. They did the dance of death, and okay, Latina, thank you. And also, basically, we are still on here, and the mouse. Okay, come on, mouse. Alrighty. And yeah, shout out to Latina. Thank you for being on the stream with me. And hopefully your internet gets better. And yeah, okay, Latina, it was nice chatting with you. And I'll be continuing to talk about these different topics. And I probably the StreamYard function might be closed down for people that might want to come on. It may not be completely available, so just letting y'all know about that. So basically, as I was saying, the vampire, he goes and he causes infections to the different countries and the different, and he's spreading that everywhere. And today, I think politically, people could be doing that now. You bring a bunch of rats in to go and cause problems with the host country, and it's the same premise works today. And a lot of these defendants remind me of the rats and stuff because they basically caused a plague, a small minor plague of a sort. And now what I'll do is I will go into a little bit more depth about Anne Sarah Bone and stuff like that. But I want to say I'll be repeating a lot of these topics tomorrow because there's people that aren't able to come to these types of, they'll come on Friday night, but they may not be here right now. And also, there's earlier live streams as well. I do that we'll be able to do, and there will be other days I'll be doing live streams. I've already done the live streams early. Exactly, Latina. I totally concur. That's true. And basically, I will be doing other lives that will be early lives like this one, and my schedule has changed a little bit where I'm inside here a little bit more. So it's a little bit different than before. Shut the front door. I do have stuff to say. Wait, there's more. These rats need to stay away. I'll shut the front door. On this channel, we talk about news, politics, aliens, and lore. I'm a true ET at the core. You know that I go and drop bars so far, it wipes out the shore, and you know that for sure. It's time for the troll clowns to do their chores in their basement that they dwell in. I think I'm gonna go chill outside and eat some watermelons. I go off on these trolls and explode like Mount St. Helen. I think that these trolls are criminals. They might as well be felons. There you go. Drop some bars. All right. So basically, as I was saying, the rats, very similar comparison to these people. And yeah, shout out to Latina, always a very good caller on the show. And now I'll be switching over, and we'll go into a little bit more about Sarah. And as I said, I'll repeat this tomorrow as well. See what that looks like for a second. That's pretty cool. I like that setup. Yeah, Sarah was the last one to call on the show through StreamYard. We've had a couple of guests through StreamYard. Alright, so now... Okay. Now I'm going to be closing out the StreamYard window, so this link will be invalid. And if anybody wants to come on the StreamYard, I'll start up a new one. Alright. Shout out to Sarah and Stranded Lifeform. we go. Sue to a website that doesn't cause catastrophe. Okay. Yeah, shout out to Billy and all the other callers that I've had in the show. Sarah Boone trial boyfriend who was deleted in suitcase told officers Boone snaps out of nowhere prior to death. Orlando, Florida. Go all the way back. Orlando, Florida. A new development emerged Thursday in the suitcase murder trial of Sarah Boone as videos featuring Jorg Torres before his death were presented to the court. The footage taken from the Boone's phone reveals a history of abuse between the couple. During the prosecution's rebuttal, they utilized body camera videos from a previous police call to their home. In the footage, Torres is headed saying, My heart is I don't want to be in trouble, but expletive if I'm trying to being beaten up. I'm tired of being beaten. Okay. He said, My heart is I don't want to be in trouble, but expletive if I'm tired of being beaten up. Boone is accused of zipping Torres into a suitcase and leaving him to be deleted in 2020, but she claims he has been abusing her for years prior to that incident. Doesn't mean it's right for her to go and do that to him, though. For the first time, Torres' perspective is captured in the body camera video, where he explains she snaps out of nowhere, adding, She hits me, I'm on the ground, I'm the one who gets locked up. This The state also called a psychiatrist to testify, who stated that she could not diagnose Boone with post-traumatic stress disorder, contrary to the claims made by the defense. Closing arguments are expected to take place on Friday, after which the jury will receive the case. A verdict could be reached by Friday evening. Yep. Now, so that's the Sarah Boone one. Okay, now let's go to the BRICS. And then I'll read some scary stories. Alright? BRICS is intergovernment organization comprising of Britain, no, not Britain, but Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, and Ethiopia. This is interesting. It says, this one says, at BRICS summit, Putin welcomes Trump's comments on ending Ukraine war. Russian President Vladimir Putin has welcomed the date Donald Trump on his desire to end the Ukraine conflicts. Page unresponsive. Okay. All right. So basically, that Page was being goofy for a second. Thank you, Latina. Yeah, so the BRICS summit, Putin welcomes the idea of ending the war with Ukraine. Latina said alien spaceship. It was Jesus that said the milestone quote, the millstone quote, Luke 17:2, and Matthew 18:6. Okay. Putin ends BRICS summit that sought to expand Russia's global clout, was shadowed by Ukraine. Alright, so basically, what's going on here is that Russia, BRICS is an alliance of these different countries that are coming together in kind of an alliance against the dollar. Like, for instance, it says Kazan, Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin closed a summit of the BRICS bloc of developing economies on Thursday, praising its role as counterbalance to what he called the West's pervasive methods. The 3-day summit in the city of Kazan was attended by leaders of representatives of 36 countries, highlighting the failure of the United States-led effort to isolate Russia over its actions in Ukraine. The conflicts came up repeatedly at the meeting, which saw the first visit to Russia from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres in more than 2 years, and drew an angry reaction from the Kiev. Guterres called a just peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter, international law, and General Assembly resolutions. He also urged immediate end to the fighting in Gaza, Lebanon, and Sudan. At a news conference Thursday night, Putin was asked about former U.S. President Donald Trump's promise to end fighting in Ukraine. Quote, what Mr. Trump said recently, what I heard is he spoke about the desire to do everything to end the conflict in Ukraine. Putin said, quote, "It seems to me that he is said it sincerely. We certainly welcome the statements of this kind, no matter who makes them." Putin also asked about whether North Korean troops were in Russia, which he neither confirmed nor denied. The U.S. said Wednesday that 3,000 North Korean troops have been deployed to Russia and are training at several locations. Quote, "Images are a serious thing. If there are images, then they reflect something," he said, end quote, when asked about the satellite photos of troops. Putin noted that lawmakers in Moscow earlier in the day a ratified pact with North Korea on mutual military assistance as part of a strategic partnership with Pyongyang. Quote, "We have never doubted that North Korean leadership takes our agreement seriously. What and how we will do within the framework of this article of the agreement is our business," he said, end quote. The summit covered the deepening of financial cooperation, including the development of alternatives to the Western dominated payment system, efforts to settle regional conflicts, and expansion of the BRICS group of nations. The alliance that initially included Brazil, Russia, India, and China and South Africa when it was founded in 2009 has expanded to embrace Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Turkey, Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan, and Malaysia have formally applied to become members, and several other countries have expressed interest in joining. The Kremlin touted with the summit as the largest foreign policy event ever held by Russia. That's a big statement. Speaking of what was dubbed the BRICS Plus session, which included countries that are considering joining the bloc, Putin accused the West of trying to stem the growing power of the global South with illegal unilateral sanctions, blatant protectionism, manipulation of currency and stock markets, and the relentless foreign influence ostensibly promoting democracy, human rights, and climate change agenda. Quote, "Such pervasive methods and approaches, to put it bluntly, lead to emerging of new conflicts and the aggravation of old discriminants," Putin said. One example of this is in Ukraine, which is being used to create critical threats to Russia's security while ignoring our vital interests, our just concerns, and infringement of the rights of Russian-speaking people. Russia has specifically pushed for the creation of a new payment system that would offer an alternative to the global bank messaging network SWIFT and allow Moscow to dodge Western sanctions and trade with partners. In a joint declaration Wednesday, participants voiced concern about the disruptive effect of unlawful unilateral coercive measures, including illegal sanctions, and reiterated their comments to enhancing financial cooperation within BRICS. They noted that the benefits of faster, lower cost more effective, transparent, safe, and inclusive cross border payments instruments built upon the principle of minimizing trade barriers and non discriminatory access. China's President Xi Jinping has emphasized the bloc's role is in ensuring global security. Xi noted that China and Brazil have put forward peace plan for Ukraine and sought to rally border international support for it. Ukraine has rejected the proposal. Quote, "We should promote the de-escalation of the situation as soon as possible and pave the way for a political settlement," Xi said. Putin and Xi had announced no limits partnership weeks before Russia sent troops into Ukraine in 2022. They already met twice earlier this year in Beijing in May at a Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Kazakhstan in July. Russia's cooperation with India also has flourished as New Delhi sees Moscow as a time tested partner since the Cold War. Despite Russia's close ties with India's rival China, while Western allies want the New Delhi to be more active in persuading Moscow to end the fighting in Ukraine, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has avoided condemning Russia while emphasizing a peaceful settlement. Addressing BRICS Plus season, Guterres urged an immediate end to the fighting in Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine, and Sudan. Quote, "We need peace in Ukraine, a just peace in line with the UN Charter, international law, and General Assembly resolutions," he said. Russia's Kremlin-controlled media touted the summit as a mass policy coup that left the West fearing the loss of its global clout. State TV shows the news bulletins underscore that BRICS countries account for about half the world's population. Compromising of global majority and challenging Western hegemony. TV hosts elaborately quoted Western media reports saying that the summit highlighted the failure to isolate Moscow. Quote, "The West, the US, Washington, Belarus, London, ended up isolating themselves," said Yevgeny Popov, host of popular political talk shows on state channel Roselia. Alright. So that's the situation with BRICS. And that's like what it is and all. It's kind of small, but that's them in the picture. That's Putin. That's him talking. That's him with his hand. That's them with the different flags. And I think that it's wrong, in my opinion, for America, for the West to isolate itself from all these other countries and cause a division, because it's like I've said it over and over again that Russia is not a communist country anymore. It just isn't. As much as people want that to be a thing, it's not. So they made a new block, a type of iron curtain of some sort, but it's not a communist one. He just created some other type of one. And as I said, I feel the West has alienated and isolated Russia and these other countries. I mean, what if we could have peace with these countries? What if we could all get along? But everybody, they need some sort of scapegoat, in my opinion. So what happens is the Russian central bank is doing something interesting. And right here, this is like BRICS. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And Russia has their imperial symbol, and as we're all going to say this together that it's not a communist symbol. I look very small. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, that's because of the StreamYard thing. There we go. Yeah, it's interesting to see China and Russia get along in spite of Russia not being a communist country anymore. It's interesting to see the different countries be diplomatic with each other because I think that the West can they do some goofy things sometimes. All right, so let's see. Russian bank. The Russian central bank has been buying silver and putting that into their reserves. And it's caused the silver price to go up, and it went up to $35 2 days ago. It's corrected a little bit, and it's at like 33, 34. It kind of is going, corrected a little bit, but, silver, it went up to $30 and it went down to 27. Now it's at 35. Well, now it's fluctuating a little bit. It's going kind of up and down. Exactly, Latina. Yeah. There's the inflation stuff is not going on over there. L.A. Thorne and Martin talked about how affordable it is in Russia right now, and they do have some good prices. Oh yeah, exactly. And yeah, so Russia, I always like to talk about silver. In Russia, the bank is now backing up silver. Now, I like silver. I always like silver. And it looks like, look, Russia is doing silver, their central bank. And as silver could be used in all kinds of things. It's an industrial metal, and it's the greatest conductor of electricity. And there's a shortage of it, and also silver is a great asset in my opinion to have, and it's used in a lot of things. Gold is used in some stuff, but gold is usually valuable because of media, because of the culture, because of what Columbus found, because it looks shiny and you could make jewelry out of it. But gold is still good to get, and gold has reached its all-time high in forever, $2,700, over $2,700, and gold is very nice and that's good to get to. But silver, I think, is underappreciated, and it's used in a lot of stuff. And I'm glad to see Russia's bank acknowledge silver as the metal that it is, and they're using that into their reserves. And Basically, I think, because they're trying to go against the dollar. They're trying to be independent of the dollar, and I think that the West is may bully the other countries. And but look, they reacted. They didn't do a nuclear war. They didn't do something crazy. They went and did something productive and diplomatic. Yeah, and also, so basically, these are some grocery stores in Russia. I've seen some different YouTube vloggers talk about it. I have a friend. I knew a dude from Russia that was adopted. That was at my school. I don't talk to him, but there's a there's a girl at my school when I was a kid that was from Russia. She went there for a period of time. I'm still vaguely in touch with her, and basically, yeah, it's the Russian people are pretty cool. Now, the people they'll have like a lot of the people have full lips like I do. They have a they have like some of them have fuller lips like I do over there, which is interesting. And yeah, so the Russian people are cool people, and I think that the I still am pro American. I love America, my own country, and all. But I think that there's some unnecessary hatred towards Russia, and as I said with silver, it's good that because silver is a good thing to get, and they're getting a lot of silver. Russia boosts silver to set Russia set to boost silver reserves and major precious metal strategy. Right here it says it. Russia's silver strategy signals global economic shift. So it says silver's a great metal. It's excellent. Ah, an article says Russia will create a new BRICS precious metal exchange. Yeah, so and the other from older news, Russia's silver strategy signals global economic shift. Experts warn. Russia's central bank to acquire silver reserves. Let's see what silver's price is right now. Let's see. Now, silver's price goes up and down constantly. All right, right now. Now, right now, silver is $33.60 right now, and before it was $35 and something. So, silver has been maintaining up in the 30s, and even though it's dropped a little bit, it's still great. It went down a couple of cents, and in a month, silver has gained $1 in a month, and also it went up to 35 and 4 cents in October 22. Latina says, "If you can find yourself a nice Russian lady, I would be very happy for you." Thank you, Latina. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to the Russians. All right, and I talked about the trials. Let's see. Eclectic, Menendez, Trial, Rant. Alright, BRICS, chilling, spooky. Alright, we're gonna get to some spooky stuff now. Okay, alright, I'll get to the cut to the chase. Okay, so let's go to. Alright, so what we'll be doing is we'll be talking about some spooky stuff, and then that would be it for the stream. Alright, here we go. We'll talk about this for a little while. Alright, so we have an urban legend. The 27 Club is an informal list consisting mostly of popular musicians, often expanded by artists, actors, and other celebrities who were deleted at age 27. Although the claim of a statistical spike for the death of musicians at the age has been refuted by scientific research, it remains a common cultural conception that the phenomenon exists, with many celebrities who die at 27 noted for their high-risk lifestyles. Membership to this metaphorical club is awarded to mostly to public figures, usually named by the media, with the only qualification being age of deletion. Beginning with the deaths of several 27-year-old popular musicians between 69 and 71, such as Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison. The girlfriend I had, like, right after high school until right in the beginning of when my YouTube career was starting to take off, and that I met her in high school and I knew her then. She was cool people. She really liked Janis Joplin, and that's a good singer. All these are good singers, classics. Dying at the age of 27 came to be and remains a perennial subject of popular cultures, celebrities, and journalism and entertainment industry lore. This perceived phenomenon, which came to be known as the 27 Club, attributes special significance to popular musicians, artists, actors, and other celebrities who were deleted at 27, often as a result of drug and alcohol abuse, or violent means such as homicide, suicide, or crashing a spaceship. That's a joke. Or transportation-related accidents. The cultural interpretation of the events gave rise to an urban myth that celebrity deaths are more common at 27, a claim that has been refuted by statistical research as discussed in scientific studies, section below. Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison all were deleted at the age of 27 between 1969 and 1971. At the time, the coincidence gave rise to some comment, but according to Hendrix and Kurt Cobain's biographer, Charles R. Cross, quote, "It wasn't until Kurt Cobain took his own life in 1994 that the idea of the 27 Club arrived in the popular Zeitgeist." A Zeitgeist is a invisible agent, force, or demon dominating a characteristic of a given epoch in world history. Cross claims that the quote the launch of the club concept can be traced to the growing influence of the internet and sensational celebrity journalism on popular culture in years following Cobain's death, as well as the media interpretations of the statement by Cobain's mother, Wendy Fradenberg. Cobain O'Connor quoted the local Aberdeen, Washington newspaper, the Daily World, and subsequently carried worldwide by Association Press. Now he's gone and joined that stupid club. I told him not to join that stupid club. Many contemporary journalists interpreted her words as referring to the infamous ultimately deaths of fellow rock musicians like Jimi Hendrix, Joplin, Morrison, a view shared by Cross and R. Gary Patterson, chronicler of rock music, urban myth. The intended meaning of that stupid club referred to Cobain's mother is disputed, and his analysts of her, quote, helped popularize the 27 Club. Eric Seglasted, author of the 27's Greatest Myths of Rock and Roll, asserted that she was actually referring to the tragic family matter of Cobain's two uncles and his great uncle, all of which whom committed suicide. Other contemporary journalists linked her, quote, to the recent heroin-related deaths of the fellow young Seattle rock musician Stephanie Sargent of 7 Year Bitch and Andrew Wood, mother of Love Bone, both age 24. Cross himself dismissed the absurd notion that Kurt Cobain intentionally timed his death so he could join the 27 Club, noting Cobain had nearly died from drug overdoses on at least 24 occasions in the year before his death, and made several previous suicide attempts at various ages. It's sad about these very talented musicians that get deleted like this. You know, about the 27 Club, I learned about that probably in 2017 and 18. I like just graduated high school and I was chilling and I was rapping with my friends and stuff. And they say if you get a white lighter, that initiates you into it. And I joked about getting a white lighter, but I didn't. I didn't. I got a blue one back then. But but basically they talked to, so that was basically was the white lighter thing has to do with it. And you know, they it's a very mysterious thing. You know, is there a scientific explanation about this? You know, they put drugs in their body, and or they delete themselves after a certain amount of time of being famous. You know, it's a very interesting thing to for a psychological study and a like scientific study about it as well. I'll be continuing now. In 2011, 17 years after Cobain's deletion, Amy Winehouse was deleted at the age of 27, promoting a renewed swell of media attention devoted to the 27 Club. 3 years earlier, Winehouse's personal assistant, Alex Haynes, told the British press that Winehouse, then 25, feared she would join Jim Morrison, Brian Jones, Kurt Cobain in dying at 27. She reckoned she would join the 27 club of rock stars who died at that age. She told me, "I have a feeling she had a feeling she was going to be deleted young." I remember when that happened, when she passed away. I didn't really know anything about her, but I knew, she was a singer. Despite the cultural significance given to the musician and celebrity deaths at 27, the common claim that they are statistically more common at this age is an urban myth, refuted by scientific research. A study by the University of Academics published in the British Media Journal in December 2011 concluded that there was no increase in the risk of death among musicians at 27, stating that there were equally small increases at age 25 and 32. The study noted that the young adult musicians have a higher death rate than the general young adult population, summarizing that the conclusion that could be drawn is as such a fame may increase the risk of death amongst musicians, but this risk is not limited to the age of 27. Read that again. The study noted young adults musicians have a higher death rate than the general young adult population. I gotta read this again. This is interesting. A study by the University of Academics published by British Medical Journal in December 2011 concluded that there was no increase in the risk of death for musicians at the age of 27, stating that there were equally small increases at the age of 25 and 32. The study noted that young adult musicians have a higher death rate than the general young adult population, summarizing the conclusion that could be drawn is as such, fame may increase the risk of death among musicians, but the risk is not limited to the age of 27. A 2014 article at The Conversation suggested that statistical evidence shows popular musicians are most likely to die at the age of 56 compared at 27 at 2.2% compared to 1.3 at 27. 27 Club frequently appears by name and reference in popular culture and mass media. Several exhibitions have been devoted to the idea, as well as novels, films, stage plays, songs, video games, and comics. Music. The title of the song 27 by Fall Out Boy from their 2008 album Full Ado. Ado, rather, is a reference to the club. Their lyrics explore the hedonistic lifestyle common in rock and roll. Petey Wentz, the primary lyricist of Fall Out Boy, wrote the song because he felt he was living a similar dangerous lifestyle. John Craige's song 28, which appeared in his 2009 album Montana Tale. And 2018 live album opening for Steinbeck is written from the perspective of the 27 Club members, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, and Kurt Cobain, as each contemplates their respective morality and imagines that they would do differently, quote, if I could only make it 28. Craig wrote the song when he himself was age 27. The theme is reference to the song 27 Forever by Eric Burdon. In his 2013 album Till Your River Turns Dry. Mag Anata's studio album The 27 Club 2013 directly referenced to the club. Each track is a tribute to a member of the club. Halsey's song Colors from her debut Badlands 2015 includes the line, quote, I hope you make it to the day you're 28 years old. JPEG Mafia's album Black Ben Carson 2016 includes a song titled 27 Club, which the song refers to the club. He references members Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Kurt Cobain. Adore Del Ennio released the song called The 27 Club on her studio album Whatever 2017. With the repeated lyric, all the legends die at 27, Del Ennio was age 27 at the time of the release. Juice WRLD referenced the club on his song Legends 2018 where he says, what's the 27 Club? We ain't making it past 21. The song was dedicated to XXX Tent Acheon, who was deleted at 20, and Little Peep, who was deleted from overdose at 21. I remember X and Little Peep. I remember it was 2018 and like the ending of 2017 and 2018 and 2019. I remember Little Peep, my buddies in the hood and I, they showed me them, and we listened to them. And the last time I had a sleepover at my buddy's house, that was the last time we ever had a sleepover. And I remember it was not like YouTube, of course, but it would have been, if I was doing YouTube more at that time, I would have, made a reaction video. So I reacted to videos from those artists, and we had a fun time. I enjoyed it. It was about this time at night we were reacting to it. by the way. And yeah, they're very talented artists, and hopefully that this could happen less with them. Video games. In the video game Hitman 2016, one of the in-game missions, 27 Club 27, involves killing an indie musician who was celebrating his 27th birthday. Because the 27 Club is entirely notional, it has no official membership. The table below lists individuals explicitly described as members of the 27 Club by journalists and writers in various books and publications. Some deaths linked to the 27 Club predate its emergence as a cultural phenomenon. Blues musician Robert Johnson, who was deleted in 1938, is one of the earliest popular musicians included various sources. Latina says, those artists were very gifted, but they also sounded not very bright and very superstitious. I agree. I agree. And, it's good to have both. We're talking about people acting on their emotions and not using logical thinking. This is another example of that, Latina. Despite the club's original association with the deaths of popular musicians, later sources begin to link actors, artists, and athletes and other celebrities to the 27 Club. Rolling Stone included television actor Jonathan Brandis, who was deleted by suicide in 2003, and a list of 27 Club members. And Anton Yelchin, who had played in a punk rock band but was primarily known as a film actor, was also described as a member of the club upon his death in 2016. Likewise, Jean-Michel Basquiat has been linked to the club despite being known primarily as a painter, with his music career being relatively brief and obscure. Purported 27 Club members. Wow. That's a lot of people. Plane crash, cancer, murder, suicide, drug overdose, car accident, self-inflicted gunshot, carbon monoxide poisoning. This is going back to the 40s. Okay? It goes back to the 40s. Murder, heart failure, electrocution, drug overdose, asphyxiation due to drug use. 1918, 1932, 1912, 1864, 1881. So this is going to the 1800s. Disappeared and legally declared dead. Erotic rapture. Erotic rapture. That's wild. Wow. Rest in peace to those people. Urban legends, in general, of folklore concerning stories about unusual or usually scary or humorous event that many people believe to be true, but are largely are not. These legends can be entertaining, but often concern mysterious, pearl, or troubling events such as disappearances, strange objects, or entities. Urban legends may confirm moral standards and reflected prejudices, or by a way to make sense of social anxieties. In the past, urban legends were most often circulated orally at gatherings and around the campfire, for instance. Now they can be spread by any media, including newspapers, mobile news, apps, email, and most often social media. Some urban legends have passed through the years, decades, with only minor changes and where the time period takes place. Generic urban legends are often altered to suit regional variations, but the lesson or moral generally remains the same. Origin and structure. The term urban legend, as used by folklorists, has appeared in print since at least 1968, when it was used by Richard Dorson, Jan Harold Brunvand, professor of English at the University of Utah, introduced the term the general public in a series of popular books published beginning in 1981. Brunvand used his collection of legends, The Vanishing Hitchhiker, American Urban Legends, of their meanings, to make 2 points. First, that the legends and folklore do not occur conclusively in so called primitive or traditional societies, and second, that one could learn much about urban and modern culture by studying such tales. Many urban legends are framed as complete stories with plots, characters, compelling and appeal of the typical urban legend and its elements of mystery and horror. Fear of humor. Fear or humor often serve as cautionary tales. Some urban legends are mortally morality tales that depict someone acting in a disagreeable manner only to wind up in trouble, hurt, or dead. Urban legends will often try to invoke a feeling of disgust in the reader, which tends to make these stories more memorable and potent. Elements of shock value can be found in almost every form of urban legend and are partially what makes these tales so impactful. An urban legend may include elements of supernatural or paranormal. As Jean Brunvand points out, antecedent legends include some of the motifs, themes, and symbols of the Urtext can rarely be identified. Cases that may have been at least partially inspired by real events. The deletion car traced to Richard Dorson to Michigan, United States, the solid Kemet Cadillac, and possible origins of The Hook. The 1946 series Lover's Lane, Murders of Texarkana, Texas, United States, the urban legend of Coca-Cola, developed by Fanta, developed the Fanta drink to sell in Nazi Germany without public backlash, originated as an actual tale of Max Keith, who invented the drink and ran Coca-Cola's operation and journey during World War II. All right, this is an interesting one. The Hook, or the Hookman, is an urban legend about a killer with a pirate hook for a hand. Attacking a couple in a parked car. In many versions, attacking a couple in a parked car. In many versions of the story, the killer is typically portrayed as a faceless silhouette, old man wearing a raincoat and rain hat that conceals most of his features, especially his face. The story is thought to date from at least the mid 1950s and gained a significant attention when it was reprinted in the advice column Dear Abby in 1960. It has since become a majority archetype in pop culture and has been referenced in various horror films. Legend. The basic premise involves a young couple cuddling in a car with the radio playing. Suddenly, news bulletin reports that a serial killer with a hook has escaped from a nearby institution. For varying reasons, they decide to leave quickly in the end. Once they get back to the woman's house, the killer hook is either found hanging from the door handle or embedded into the door itself. Different variations include scraping sounds on the car door. That's where that comes from. Some versions start the same way but have a couple of spotting the killer warning others and then narrowly escaping with the killer holding onto the car's roof. Another version, the woman sees shadowy figure watching the couple from nearby. The man leaves to confront the figure who then suddenly disappears, thinking that his date just imagined it. The man returns to the car only to see that the woman has been brutally murdered with a hook. Reminds me of Children of the Corn. In an alternate version, the couple driving through an unknown part of the country late at night and stop the middle of the woods because either the man has to urinate or the car breaks down and the man leaves for help. While waiting for him to return, the woman turns on the radio and hears a report of the escaped mental patient. She then, disturbed many times by the thumping on the roof of the car, she eventually exits, and sees escaped Patton sitting on the roof. Escaped patient sitting on the roof, banging the man's severed head on it. Another variation has a woman seeing the man's butchered body suspended upside down from a tree with his fingernails scraping against the roof. Another version of his variation, he's hanging right side up and either his body is dripping on the floor or his feet are scraping against the roof. In other versions, the man does return to the car only to see his date brutally murdered with a hook embedded in her. Other tales have the woman leaving the car when her date doesn't come back, only to see this mutilated body either on the car's roof, nailed on a tree, or just a few short steps away. As she starts to panic, she returns to the maniac and is also killed in another variation of the story. The woman is discovered by police while being escorted safely. She is warned not to look behind her. When she does, she sees the grisly aftermath of the man's murder. A similar legend recounts that a young couple are heading back from the great date when their car breaks down, either from running out of fuel or a malfunction. The man then decides to head off on foot to find someone to help with the problem while the woman stays behind in the car. She then falls asleep while waiting and wakes up to see a hideous person looking at her through the window. Luckily, the car is locked, so the person can't get inside. But the woman's horror, the person raises both of his arms, revealing that they are holding her date's severed head. Ouch. In one hand and the car keys in another. Oops. The fate of the woman is never revealed. The origins of the Hook legend are not entirely known, though according to folklorist and historian Jan Harold Bronvand, the story began to circulate sometime in the 50s in the United States. According to Bronvand, the Vanishing Hitchhiker, American Urban Legends, their meanings, the story had become widespread amongst American teenagers by 1959 and continued to expand to the 60s. Snoop's writer David Mickelson has suspected that the legend might have roots in real-life Lovers Lane murders such as 1946 Texarkana Moonlight Murders. The first known publication of the story occurred on November 8, 1960, when a reader letter telling the story was reprinted. Dear Abby, a popular advice column. Dear Abby, if you, quote, Dear Abby, if you are interested in teenagers, you will print this story. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it doesn't matter because it served its purpose for me. A fellow and his date pulled into their favorite Lover's Lane to listen to the radio and do a little nicking. The music was interrupted by an announcer who said there was an escaped convict in the area who served time for grape and robbery. He was described as having a hook instead of a right hand. The couple became frightened and drove away. When the boy took his girl home, he went around, opened the car door for her. Then he saw a hook on the door handle. I will never park to make out as long as I live. I hope this does the same for other kids. Jeanette. Literary scholar Christopher Pittard traces the plot dynamics of the legend of the Victorian literature, particularly 1913 horror novel The Lodger by Marie Ad El Ide, Belloc Lowndes. Though the two narratives have little in common, he notes that both are built upon threefold relationship of crime, dirt, and chance. Such a reading also implies a reconsideration of the historical trajectory of the urban legend, usually read as the product of postmodernist consumer culture. Interpretations. Folklorists have interpreted the long history of the legend in many ways. Alan Dundee's Freudian interpretation explains the hook as a phallic symbol and its amputation as a symbolic castration. Swedish folklorist Benedict of Klintberg describes the story as an example of conflict between representatives of normal people who follow the rules of society and those who are not normal, who deviate and threaten the normal group. American folklorist Bill Ellis interpreted the maniac in the hook as a moral custodian who interrupts the sexual experimentation of the young couple. He sees the hookman's disability as his own lack of sexuality, and threat the hookman is not normal sex drive of teenagers, but abnormal drive some adults in their part. What do I think about what I just read? Well, I think that it's really creepy to, of the unknown, and that, you never know, like there could have been a serial killer at that time period. It reminds me of the Zodiac killer. I remember I learned about him when I was a kid, and that's what it reminds me of. And the hook, I've seen that in cartoons and media about the hook thing. And yeah, I just think that it was very interesting, very intriguing, and there could have been some truth to it, possibly. It could originate, from different places and things. And I think that psychologically, the person was troubled. And what Latina's saying, his own lack of sexuality, what if the person was hypersexual? In Latina, it reminds me of incels and simps. The person reminds me of a modern day a old version of a simp or an incel. That's what it reminds me of. And that he envied what other people were doing and he wanted revenge. He may have not even needed a hook. He just used the hook to scare people. That's what I think of it. An insecurity. Yeah, so that's someone with a real hook for a hand. That's really interesting. But as I said, the hook for a hand with the criminal. Yeah, there. I think that the hook was used for a scary effect. A scary effect. And also to do killing as well. A version of the story by Alvin Schwartz, and Latina said some more things. A lot of these weirdos are like Epstein gang. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Absolutely. In the film, the Hook legend has occasionally appeared in 1947 film Dick Tracy's Dilemma. Fictional detective Dick Tracy pursues a murderous killer with a hook for a hand. The killer with a hook theme has also appeared in comedies Meatballs 1979. Bill Murray's character tells the hook legend to campers around the campfire. In Shrek The Halls 2007. Gingy tells an alternate version of the legend to his girlfriend Susie in his flashback. The story has, however, most often depicted the reference in horror films. Its prevalence, according to film Mark Kermode, is most reflected in the slasher film, functioning as morally archetype on youth sexuality. He Knows You're Alone, 1980, opens the film scene with a young couple attacked by a killer. Young couple are attacked by a killer while in a parked car. The slasher film finally exam opens with a scene in which a couple are attacked in Parkland car, and later a student is murdered in a university locker room with a hook. Campfire Tales, 1997, an anthological anthology film opens with a segment retelling the Hook legend. Set in 1955, I Know What You Did Last Summer, 1997, features a killer stalking teenagers with a hook at the beginning of the film, and central characters recount the Hook legend around the campfire. The Candyman films in the 90s. Well, it's 2021, Naya DeCosta. Update are centered on the legend as well. Lover's Lane, 1999, is a slasher film featuring a killer who murders a teenager at a Lover's Lane with a hook. Latina says, seems like they were making fun of the hard working men that work dangerous jobs to make fun of disabled men with a hook hand, shaking my head, these mofos. They should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah, Latina, that's a good point. She's saying that seems like these were making fun seems like they were making fun of these hardworking men that worked dangerous jobs to make fun of these disabled men with a hook, these mofos. Exactly. And the story has also appeared in various television programs. The Pest House 1998, the 14th episode of Comfort, I'm joking, episode of season 2 of the series, not the TV series, the TV series Millennium, opens with a murder similar to that of the urban legend. Season 1, Episode 7 of the TV show's Supernatural features a Hookman as a villain. In the first TV show, the first episode of Mostly True Stories, Urban Legends revealed the the Canadian animated anthology series Freaky Stories 1997 has segments of the first season based on the Hook set in 1963. The story is referenced in the Slumber Party episode of Designing Woman. The Hookman is also used as the plot device in Season 3, Episode 5 of the community horror fiction and 7 Spooky Steps. A parody of the Hookman is used in SpongeBob SquarePants Season 2, Episode 16, Graveyard Shift. Yeah, you see, I told y'all. I told y'all that I remember this from SpongeBob. Season 2, Episode 16, The Graveyard Shift, in which Squidward, in an attempt to scare SpongeBob out of his wits while they are working at night, tells a made-up horror story of the hash-slinging slasher, a dark, faceless figure donning a raincoat who has a rusty old spatula in place of a hand. The story received a resurgence in popularity in the internet following the retelling it on 4chan that became an internet meme. Due to being written in a broken English, with several humorous errors, most notably erupted where the entire twist ending is rendered simply a phrase man door, hand, cook, hand hook, car door, which has become what this version of the story referred to as. Tina said something. About to read it in a moment. Latina said, we need to make more scary stories of the Holly Weirdo types. Oh wait, if we talked about the rich and famous Holly Weirdos in millionaire class, they would be monsters. Oh yeah. They can't dish out what they do to other people. Latina says, it was a cold winter day when soy... Oh my goodness. I gotta read this. It was a cold winter day when soy boy Bill Smatties, who seemed very girlish, unmanly, and weak, opened the door to go for a walk in his gated community. He liked to go hang out at the park to watch kids play. Exactly. That's a perfect storyline. I like it. Yeah, making fun of the regular working people, but there needs to be more stories about them. And, you know, a soy sitcom. And, yeah, so basically, as I was saying, hello, Mizzo. Basically, yeah, so the soy boy Bill, yeah. Yeah, so basically, the life of a soy boy. Yeah, so it basically, because it would be like a movie, a soy paradise, the life of soy boy. Smatties like skates. Candyman, which we're about to be ending this soon. I'll briefly touch on this, but we'll get to this one on the thing tomorrow also. So I'm just making sure that's bookmarked. Bookmarked. Ahoy. It was a cold winter day when soy boy Bill Smatties, who seemed very girlish, unmanly, and weak, opened the door to go for a walk in his gated community. He liked to go hang out at his park and watch kids play. Yeah, thanks, Latina. It makes sense. He watches kids play, and he's as strong as a piece of wet clay. Will he get a woman? Not today, nor evermore. The basement, dark, warm, smelly, and dreary, goes out for a walk, gets scared, and his deep in his feelings when he sees the birds balk. He is as scrawny like a noodly piece of caulk. He's so brittle, might as well use him to write on the chalkboard because all he is chalk. Yes, I agree. I agree. Yeah, Latina. Yeah, so basically, it's saying like a parody, towards those soy elites that they always like because we're talking about the hook. So there's these urban legends about this back in the 40s, 50s about this hook serial killer, and he would go with his hook to go and stalk people, and then they have all kinds of stories about him in media and things like that. But Latina's pointing out that they're talking about working regular people and working people that might be disabled, but they never make any stories about their own. They always make stories about regular people. So, and Latinas and I, making this little spin off about Soy Jack going out for a walk. It's quite hilarious. Because they don't ever talk about their own. They always talk about everybody else, and the Holly weirdos are cringe. They are crayons. Briefly, we'll talk about this random film series, and I guess we'll talk about this for a second, and we'll be close to ending it. I agree. It's sad that he likes to watch kids. It's very unfortunate. Candyman is an American supernatural horror film series originating from 1985 short story The Forbidden from the collection of books of blood by Clive Barker about the legend of Candyman, the ghost of artists, son of a slave who was murdered in the late 19th century. The film adaptation of Candyman. I remember Candyman as some folklore thing, but I've not heard of this. Directed by Brendard Rose in 1992, starred Tony Todd as the title character. Latina said Gates looked like a lady when he was young. He looked like a lady when he was young. And then he realized that he was basically a piece of cow dung. He was hanging out with Epstein. Nothing new under the sun. Bill Gates undone. And done, he's done. Although the film was one of the scary movies you ever watched. Alright. Although the film initially underperformed the American box office, it became a cult classic, a novelization and comic adaptation film where the same year two sequels, Candyman Farewell to the Flesh, 1995, and Candyman Day of the Dead, 1999, were released. A direct sequel to the original Candyman, directed by Nia DaCosta and produced by Jordan Peele. Released in 21. Candyman, the first film of the series, is a 1992 horror film serving as a lost adaptation of Clive Barker's 1985 short story, The Forbidden, of the collection of books of blood. The film follows a graduate student, Helen Lyle, who is studying urban legends, although with her colleague Bernadette. She takes a strong interest in learning about mysterious hook-handed murder coined as the Candyman and Carbini Green urban project dwelling, which may be the residents feared lived behind the mirrors and walls of apartments, randomly killing them, gutting them with his hook after chanting his name 5 times in a mirror. Helen became intrigued by the mythical story that she jokingly summons him in denial and disbelief. Later to who really behind the mirror, questioning her reality. Farewell to the Flesh, second film of the series. The film follows the story of a schoolteacher, Annie Terrence, who comes to learn about her family's past after losing her father. Due to his obsession with Candyman, she denies his existence. After hearing her students talk about him and learning that one of her students was obsessed with him, she speaks his name. Prove he doesn't exist, but later finds out who Candyman is, actually. Candyman 3, Day of the Dead, is the third film in the series. The story continues with Annie Torrance's daughter, Caroline McKeever, who is now an adult she denies Candyman's existence by protecting her family's bloodline as her business partner. Miguel uses the story for her great great grandfather Daniel Rob Itele Candyman. In his art exhibit for profit, Caroline soon learns why her mother tried to destroy the myth of Candyman, but is caught in his web of deceptive murders, framing her in order for her to submit to become immortal as failing within him in death. Latina said, I wish they would make a movie to make fun of the Peds. Yeah, like a DA assistant and his goofy sister. They got show to catch a predator with Kid Chris. Oh my goodness! Here we go. We got a rant coming. Everybody's way. Everybody brace yourselves. I so basically, as I was saying, like the DA assistant and his goofy sister that got the show to catch a predator with Chris Hansen discontinued. Alrighty, so this we're going to go back at a time machine to 2016. I was talking to my close friends in class, and yeah, it would be a great movie, Latina. And basically, what happens is where they're talking about Chris Hansen and about the show being canceled, and that he came up with a new series. He came up with a new show. And basically, he came out with a one that came out in 2016. He came out with a new one. But for many years, Chris Hansen had Catch a Predator, and he caught many creepy predators that were trying to talk to children online. And they would have a decoy. And they talked about it, and I watched the reruns because I learned it from them. And I remember, like, back in a few years ago, recently, this year too, but the other previous years I watched it more, I would binge watch reruns of that show all the time. It was hilarious. I mean, there's reaction channels all about that show. And so what happened was he was saving children from potential pedos, and if I wasn't supposed to say that on YouTube, but I meant to say, whatever. Basically, anyway. So the Peds, I'll say the Peds. Basically, with the Peds, he saved a lot of children from them, and it's really creepy to see how many go and talk to children. And also, I remember how the show got canceled because of the DA and the goofy sister. So the dude went and deleted himself, and if I recall correctly, there was some sort of a lawsuit, and I don't know what goofy piece of garbage would want that show taken down, and they would defend their degenerate brother. He was a coward also for, leading him. Like, he had no cahooties to him. He had no balls to him or anything. In the first place of doing that to a children. The second place, in my opinion, and the second thing is just hiding and cowering away. I mean, you think these creeps would be all tough and stuff, but they're not. And all those creeps that got caught on that show, they're like, wow. And also, basically, I think that, yeah, the peanuts. Yeah. Nuts. Nuts. Yeah. You got no nuts. And I think that It's completely, yeah, no nuts, completely disgraceful. And one of the guys was like, "Oh Lord," and I think that he did a great thing. And also the guy that says "Oh COD," him, that's another one that's a creeper. He's a nice girl and all this stuff. It's so weird from the internet. I remember there was this one time this dude said that one dude came through and he was just like he came from way way way, and Chris was like, way way, how about you have a seat right there and talk to me. And he was like, he went to way 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 way. It's And then you had the dude Peterson that was trying to he went and he was trying to look for a job, a construction job, and come in to talk to some little kid, but he was actually coming for a job interview. And then they got the veteran, and he was sweating like a pig, and he was about to be deployed to the Middle East to go fight the war over there, and he was talking to a kid. He was all sweating, and then he went and deleted himself. It's like such a disgrace. Jesus said you gotta tie a millstone around these people, throw them into to the sea. He's the greatest, Jesus. And so Jesus was against people hurting children. And Candyman 3 Day of the Dead is the third film series. The story continues with Annie Tartan's daughter, Caroline McKever, who is now an adult. She denies Candyman's existence by protecting her family's bloodline as her business partner. Miguel uses the story of her great great grandfather, Daniel Robitaille, Candyman, in his art exhibit for proof. For profit, Caroline soon learns why her mother tried to destroy the myth of Candyman but is caught in the web of deceptive murders, faming her in order to submit to become immortal as a family with him in Dioth. Candyman 2021. A fourth film in the series was produced by Metro Goldwyn Mayer and Monkey Paw Productions. I've not heard of that. All right. And was released on the 27 2021. Yaha Abdul Mateen II stars in the film. While Tony Todd returns to the eponymous role in its direct sequel, the first film taking place 27 years later in Cabrini Green, Chicago, a young, overconfident visual artist named Anthony McCoy struggles to find inspiration to get him further exposure. He learns about an old urban legend that took place in the project housing development at Cabrini Green of a grand student named Helen Lyle, who became mentally insane during her research and sacrificed herself to save a baby, which sparks his interest. He further researches the information, which leads him to encounter neighborhood landmorat owner who also laundromat owner who also reveals his version of the urban legend, which is learned to be of an amputated hook-handed man in the 70s named Sherman Fields, who was wrongfully murdered at the hands of the Chicago police officers, which Cabrini Green residents believed him to be the Candyman who harmed children with razor blades and candy. That's really messed up. As there's all kinds of things about candy with children. Anthony becomes obsessed with these urban legend findings as he uses them for his artwork presentation and influence the summoning of the spirit of Candyman, but later realizes the consequences of his actions as he learns the real truth behind the legend by his hallucinations, which in turn becomes a deadly reality. According to Virginia Madison, Bernard Rose originally wanted the first sequel, Candyman 2, to be a prequel, showing Candyman and Helen's look-alike falling in love, but the idea was turned down because it was on Earth. Just joking. Because the studio was worried about how the fully fledged interracial romance would be received. That doesn't make any sense. A possible fourth film was developed in 2004, according to Tony Todd. It was intended to be set in New England at a women's college and focus on a professor who is a descendant of Candyman but has no idea who he is, with Todd describing the initial image of Candyman in a blizzard. The film was stuck in development hell. Well, let's see what that's about. Development hell. Also known as development purgatory, is a media software industry for project concept of idea remains on stage of early development for a long time because of legal, technical, artistic challenges. The slasher crossover from Freddy vs. Jason 2003 also inspired Miramax to want to create Candyman vs. Hellraiser crossover, but Clive Baker, originator of both franchises, had recommended against it. A crossover with Leprechaun film series also considered, but Tony Todd immediately flat out refused to participate in such a project, saying he had too much respect for his character to see him used for purpose. briefly, I'll touch on this for a second. The 999 phone charging myth is an urban legend that claims if a mobile phone has a low battery, then dialing 999 or any regional emergency number charges the phone so it has power. This was confirmed as untrue by several British police forces, publicly cited dangers for making such a call. It was belief for BlackBerry phones. All right. All right. So basically, I'll be going live Friday night, late, and also Saturday earlier for a brief time. So basically, tomorrow I'll be going over some of the content for people that were not here again, and also other things as well. And I'll be going over some more spooky urban legends and stuff tomorrow. And I'm glad that y'all came here. Everybody that came here watching, listening, seeing a rerun. I appreciate all of you coming here. And we had a good conversation with chat. Miso, Latina, and the other people that were here earlier. And everybody have a good morning technically, but also a good night. Good rest and all that stuff. Alright, so that is all I have to say for this time. See you all in the next one, and peace.